Hello there. Welcome to another edition of Dr. Damages. This is a special edition. We are going to be looking at what has happened in last excuse me 12 hours since we had our last broadcast. Of course, it's no longer news that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu had been sentenced. And the sentencing seems to be shocking everybody, and the whole world, to say the least, is making comments concerning it. And we're going to look at some of those comments. We are also open so that you can also air your own views on the same issue that we're going to be discussing, which is totally going to be about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Before we go on, I want to say this. The whole episode of what is going on with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should really worry everybody. It does not matter whether you're Igbo or you're Efik or you're Yoruba, because once the bully is taken out, then the rest will come for you. See, the ruling that has taken place today will impact every one of us who once in a while have a show, or you talk on the media. Whatever you say can be used, and a terrorism charge can be slammed against you, and there's nothing you can really do about it. So some of those people who are thinking what has been done is okay because it doesn't concern you, very soon it will concern you. When Libya was falling, we said to the then government, which was the Jonathan administration, if you don't do something about in the north, all of these arms is going to come back here. Those advice from a lot of people, or even the media, was not taken. Today, we see the outcome of that. But like I said earlier, we're going to be talking about solely on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Let us see. First and foremost, I will give you a reaction coming from a House of Rep member. This is what the person says.
Is a clear example. In 2022, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a clear example. In 2022, Nigeria's Court of Appeal struck down the charges against him and ordered his release. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has also called for his unconditional release. Yet he remains in solitary confinement, in deteriorating health, and recently had to represent himself in court. Nigeria has signaled that the law is optional and targeting Christians is fair game. Just hours ago this morning, despite the pleas and cries of the Nigerian people and many Nigerian lawmakers, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was convicted on all charges. For fiscal year 2025, the U.S. has requested nearly $8 billion for sub-Saharan Africa. But when Americans see political prisoners, judicial defiance, and the slaughter of Christians, they understandably ask, as they meet their own struggles, why should our tax dollars support governments that refuse to protect their own people? Is our aid aiding a genocide? Nigeria is a nation of tremendous potential, but that potential is being choked out by violent persecution of its Christian population. No country can build a stable future where churches are burned, believers are killed, and communities live in fear.
Again, no country where the government deliberately ostracized one of his, one of the tribes in the country, no country where two sets of law or even three sets of law apply, no country where a certain set of citizens are inferior to the other. And my question will be this, before I even go in too far. Those people from the southeast who seem to think that it doesn't concern them, are you thinking that in the near future, your children, it will be said that, oh, your father didn't participate, your father didn't support what Nnamdi Kanu was fighting for, so you are exempt from what is going to come? Do you think you yourself come tomorrow, the law, or those who claim to have the law, will not do the same thing they've done to you now. Many of you will remember the IPOB 6. The IPOB 6 was, young Igbo traders who are coming back from a night party, and were accused of being armed robbers, all because they saw money with them. What has come out of it? See, so we're not even going to go. I don't even want to go into it. I also want to let you know that there are many judgments on the side of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, many international bodies on the side of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that has not been adhered to by the Nigerian state. One of the funny things I heard from this judge today is that Nnamdi Kanu's fundamental human right has been, the Supreme Court say they should give him some money. So since he's going to benefit monetary terms, why should the law also be concerned about that? So you can quote from that same Supreme Court judgment, but the Supreme Court judgment also said that these charges are false, are fabricated, and does not exist. It should be changed. The same Supreme Court judgment for which you are quoting from says that Nnamdi Kanu his bail should be reinstated. The same Supreme Court, the same paper that you are reading from, the same paper that the government judge, And I want to say congratulations to Omotosho. Hey, Omotosho, congratulations. You will have surprised the world if you had done otherwise. You will have surprised everyone on earth if you had done otherwise. Of course, we know you are one of those. So now the judges' quarters, your own is totally assured now. Your own judges' quarters in Abuja, the one that Wiki, the latest Zoro in town, is building. You can be assured that one is now permanently reserved for you. You have done what they wanted you to do. Case closed. Go and enjoy your loot. And for I have very little respect for even those who call themselves, and there are very few of them who tell the truth. But that is where we are in Nigeria. Look, don't kill yourself. If they finish with the Igbos, they will come for you. I can assure you. Let's listen to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers who were in court on this Saturday. In fact, if you listen to the judgment, the judge also rubbished them. Because remember, they are calling them consultants. The consultant title was given to them by the prosecuting counsel. It was him who got up and said, Nnamdi Kanu has sacked his lawyer. So these ones now here they are consultants. So consultant was even mentioned today in the law court. And let's not deceive ourselves. Nothing wrong with you defending. Nothing wrong with you defending yourself. It's part of legal law. It is total. And we have given many reasons, or he gave many reasons, and his lawyers also gave many reasons for which that was. Because they are what? They are priests in the temple of justice, as they refer to themselves. So as a priest, you cannot challenge the Lord. But you, who is not a lawyer, can challenge the Lord or their Lord or the judge on some pronouncement he will make. There's the length they can argue as a lawyer, but you can go beyond that length. Now, let us also put it very clearly. I have never seen also where you deny the accused person to close his defense, written defense, which you are going to use as your final. So that means that there's some truth you don't want them to hear. Okay? There's some truth you don't want them to hear. Even today, before the case was closed, he refused for him to close his case. Okay? And this is a case that you want to kill the man. We know. In fact, I want to say this, I'm a bit surprised, James Omotosho. I think he became frightened, because he will have gone for the death sentence. I don't know why he didn't. Because they're looking for a way to hold on to, say, he has done the thing that is undoable, unpardonable sin. Okay? And that is what it is. You're distracting me. So, Having said that, let's hear from our lawyer, because.
Okay, please, we'd just like you to react to the judgment that have just been delivered. It has been a long battle from 2015 to now, but your client got life imprisonment. How are you going to react?
Today we forever live in infamy. Today is the only day I have witnessed a man being convicted for mere puffery, for what he said from his mouth, not what he did with his own hands. The verdict is not consistent with the evidence laid before the court. The sentence is overbroad, cruel, and unusual. How can you convict a man for making mere broadcasts from a location that was never named, and he never tied that broadcast to any single incidence of violence, or even someone slapping someone, not to talk of terrorism? You did all this. You didn't lay any evidence. I don't know where this whole verdict can be grounded in law, logic, or facts. We disagree with the judgment vehemently. Completely. Yes. And we are going to fight it from here onwards until justice is done.
Yes. There's no justice yet.
Yes. Suspect the judgment is not based on law. It's not based on facts. It's based on politics. It's based on some tribal, primordial sentiments. Just because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is Igbo. An Igbo man has become the person in Nigeria that should be trampled upon. I'm not saying this because I'm Igbo. I'll say it for the Hausa or Yoruba who gets trampled upon. But today we saw an Igbo man being trampled upon, and by God Almighty, we are not going to allow it.
It
will not stand. Nobody is going to trample on me. Nobody is going to trample on Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not a terrorist. He's a man that was pursuing change. To pursue a separate nation of yours is not a crime. So in Nigeria today, if somebody says, don't be silly, you get convicted. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu may broadcast, and so what? And you convict him for terrorism, for mere words in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. What kind of precedent is being laid? So from here, we are heading to the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal is the only court in this country, or the next court in this country, that sits as a jury. We are going to approach the justices there to check out what happened in court today. And we are pretty sure the justices will agree with us that today was the symbol of the travesty of justice that everybody has been suspecting all along. If the Court of Appeal disagrees with us, we head to the Supreme Court. But by God Almighty, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not going to stand convicted. He's going to get overturned. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you too.
Okay, please, we'd just like you to react to the judgment that have just been delivered.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm having, to fight a technical problem here. I'm trying to invite people, and it's not sending out the invites. So only those who are on Facebook that can actually join in. I don't know why. That's why we came a bit late today, because I couldn't just seem to get it up. So okay, we'll do as much as we can. But the platform is open for people who want to make their inputs. Please, if you can, let me know if you can join us from YouTube, because I can't seem to. I don't know why it's not just putting out the places where you can join.
I have
welcome.
joined you.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, wow, Mr. Mazi Okpara.
Yeah.
You are welcome. Good to see you.
Yeah, that one.
Thank you. We decided to run a quick special broadcast today just to get people's reaction to what has happened. What would be your take on all that has happened?
Yeah, good evening, KJ and my brother. Today is a sad day, very, very, very sad day for lovers of freedom, lovers of liberty, and lovers of justice. Today, justice was murdered in Nigerian court. I mean, there's no other way I can, describe it. It was a sad day for Nigeria, because I didn't go to work today because of this case, because I have a particular interest on this case, and I'm still feeling bad what happened. I mean, how can a man being convicted for a mere rhetorics, egbe ọnụ, ama egbu gị, Chukwu kpọọ gị ọkụ, then you convict him? There was no single evidence, there was no single object, harmful of object that was found on Nnamdi Kanu. Even when they raided his house, they did not catch anybody with any double barrel. Yet they convicted him, sentenced him for life. They were even bragging, it was God that touched my heart. I would have sentenced him to death, but God touched my heart. This is not a mere joke. I listened to this afternoon program, and I heard what some Igbo people were talking about, giving some excuses. I laugh. Ndị Igbo na-asị aka ejiri bọọ ọkụkọ ka eji abọ ọkwa. You are laughing. You are laughing. You are giving excuses. Why did he say so? Why did he do that? Nigeria is waiting for us, but we don't know. Nigeria is waiting for Ndibo. And you know one thing, like, for example, last, what do you call it now? Last protest and bad governance protest. You saw what happened. Assuming that those children that were arrested, assuming that were Igbo children, they would have remained in the prison till today. But after a few months, and there was this cry, outcry and outrage, they were released and even compensated. Assuming that there are still some young Igbo chaps who are still languishing in the DSS or across Nigerian states, even since the end of NSAS, those ones that they adopted in Obi, they're still somewhere languishing in prison in Nigeria. I weep for our people. I weep for Ndibo. I weep mostly for the so-called Igbo rulers. I think they are even powerless. Sometimes I think now they are powerless. They don't even know what to do. Igbos, we don't have anybody. We don't have somebody like Obasanjo or Babangida that can say, okay, no. Who do we have? Nobody. All these governors that even where a Fulani governor talks or Yoruba governor talks, Igbo governor will not talk there. That is how they have reduced us. Where a Fulani senator stands and talk, an Igbo senator will not stand and talk, both like him or her. That's how we are reduced. And then you call yourself, I listened to one guy, Igbo basics, he was talking, I look at that, I don't say, come on, give me a break, man. Let my brother talk.
Okay. Welcome, Comparable Facts.
Yeah, greetings. How are you?
Very good. How are you doing?
I'm great. Yeah, I just decided to come earlier and join this evening platform because when I came here earlier, I didn't read the whole thing. I wasn't, I totally forget about it, but I was busy. So I just hurriedly, when I heard about it, when it popped out on my phone, I said, let me join the platform. So I didn't have the whole picture, before now. Now that I have read some of the narrative and what transpired, in the sentencing, the situation is very, very outrageous. I mean, in this particular Nigeria dispensation where we are right now, what they actually did today, I'm let me be very clear. I'm not a fan of Nnamdi Kanu rhetoric and all that kind of things. But having said that, most of what he has said has come to fruition. What we're seeing in Nigeria, where Nigeria has become what they are today, the disintegration of Nigeria. This man prophesies it. So it's not even anything. But to be very much straight, what he did, okay, he was accused of, directing terrorism act, inciting terrorism, providing instruction for making a bomb, causing the use of life via the sit at home. This is all they accuse him of. There's nothing attached to him. I'm not trying to make excuse for him, attached to him for committing any kind of terrorism, like killing somebody. And you have the people in the north, all the jihadists, killing people every day. You are rehabilitating them. You are giving them in a condition. You reduce their sentence 20 years and all that kind of things. They rehabilitate them into the Nigerian society. And now somebody that what I would consider a rhetoric, whether he deserves a punishment or not, that's a different. But there's nothing even close to what they gave him. That shows you where we are in Nigeria. To be more frankly, KJ and Majawara, I'm a proponent of Nigeria. I've been a proponent of Nigeria. Say, okay, let's stay in one Nigeria. But in recent time, even, what has been happening, I'm beginning to doubt if we need one Nigeria. I was just thinking, let's just go our separate way. But what just happened today really confirmed in my mind that there's nothing like Nigeria anymore. Let's be more. We are not heading to the right way. I don't know if you see what happened today. There's a congressman, I forgot to get his name, that made the announcement. He combined what is happening about the genocide in Nigeria with this Nnamdi Kanu narrative. The man spoke today at U.S. Congress.
Yeah.
So this situation has amplified that it's not just about terrorists or whatever. It's about Christian versus Muslim. We have two countries. That man, I was surprised. We already had this information about Nnamdi Kanu sentencing. So he combined it to be like, Christian versus Muslim. But, we have two separate countries. I mean, I can't even find out about what's actually going on. Let people not deceive. There are some people that is making comment that why did he sack his lawyer or whatever, they would have. I mean, how many years the lawyers has been on this case? 45 years. So in my own opinion, it wouldn't have made any difference because this has already been predetermined. And let me tell you, KJ, you're familiar with Nigerian judicial system. The way the law and the government work, they apply the law with combination of political influence. So there's no way this sentence would have come on if they didn't consult, if they didn't consult Tinubu. Let's call it what it is. That man is not going to make any kind of pronunciation, without consulting the actual rock. That is exactly where it's coming. Whatever game he's trying to play or it's all about politics. He's trying to, cover for the Northerners or whatever to win this election. Or he's a tribalist to the biggest. I don't know. I'm not in his heart, but we can call it what it is. So we should not be talking about Buhari government or whatever. The box stop with Tinubu. Tinubu has been in power for 2.5 years. So this case is Tinubu case. So I don't know why we keep on making case or whatever, that because Buhari started it, then, Tinubu has to go by what the law said. There's nothing like that. This is Tinubu case, and Tinubu is the law in Nigeria. This is the way Nigerian judicial system works. And, when it comes to judicial system, the judicial system is very uneven. There's law for the North. There's law for the Yoruba people. There's law for the Igbos. This is where we are. If you look at all the whole government apparatus, it's occupied by the Yorubas, most of them, maybe about 80% military and other places. So we can't just be blaming Buhari right now because The buck stopped with Tinubu. Tinubu is in charge. If you look at the people that prosecute this case, they are all Yorubas. So, I mean, you can't be going by that case or whatever happened. I mean, that's the way I'm looking at it. Anybody can come here and quibble with you, but this is my own opinion, and I'm going to speak it how I see it. This is how I see it. This has really taken Nigeria to a different level. I mean, things is not going to get better from here. Okay? I mean,
okay.
I don't want
Thank
to be
you.
emotional, but
Thank you.
this is just how I feel about it.
Thank you so much. You know, I'll just read out what you know, the ruling entails. It says that incitement to violence, e.g., radio broadcasts urging attack on security forces. I don't understand. Okay. But in the court, I'll break it down a little bit. I've followed this case since 2017. Now, in the court, nobody, when his lawyer, Kana Agabi, asked them, can you produce, do you know one person who, as a result of Nnamdi Kanu's broadcast, died? Can you bring one person? The DSS said they don't have anybody. Okay, I remember that very well because he asked specifically, are you saying that all of these broadcasts, which people are accusing that he is a terrorist, is he acting with a group or acting alone? When you arrested him, who did you find with him? Say nobody. What did you find with him? Say a phone, 2 phones, a laptop, and one other thing. He's asking, is that equipment for terrorism? He said no, but the phone can be used for so many things. I don't understand. Is the equipment a weapon for terrorism? He said no, but it can be used for other things. And then he asked him, are you saying that in the whole, all this while you have had time to go right, people have not been able to identify one person, just one, that has came to complain that their family or they lost somebody or nobody can come and say that, say they don't have anybody. If that be the case, it's also a reported speech.
So,
okay,
KJ, let me ask you, where did they get this sentence, you know, that he provided instruction for bomb making? I mean,
No, now you see, they are looking for things to add up. There's nothing like provide instruction for bomb making. He's a Nnamdi scientist. He's like, I think the chief judge himself, the judge who was judging the case, said he's an economist. Is that not why when he was trying to run him down, he says he's an economist. Why is he trying to dabble into law? Is that not what they are talking? So how come now he provided people who are making bombs in Igbo land? You see, so it is very funny and very, very insulting. And then the other one is the membership. The second one, membership and leadership of a terrorist organization, IPOB, proscribed in 2017. IPOB have gone to court and won that case. The government has to go to Supreme Court. IPOB won the case. The judge said IPOB is to fight to ask your right, to ask your, it's not a crime, and that was struck off. But they are still referring to the judge. In fact, let me shock you. The judge even called Nnamdi Kanu a convict before he even sentenced him. So you can understand how far that they have gone with that.
What convict are they referring to? I mean, before we're talking about this is before this sentence. So what kind of crime, that he was convicted of before? I mean, that was actually, adjudicated and convicted. Where's that coming from?
You see that, so that's what we're saying, that if you are writing a judgment and you have not even sentenced the person, you're already addressing him as a convict. It then means that it's a predestined outcome that you already have. Okay. And
KJ, when IPB was proscribed in 2017, it was under this ex parte judgment.
Yes, ex parte order.
And then it was this Saraki was then the Senate president, and he told Buhari that this is not right, that he should go through the main court, because it was order. It was not even in a court. It was Buhari's order. So when they told Buhari that this is democracy is not a military, junta regime, that he should go through the process. That's why they ran immediately to get that expert order. And as we speak, that expert order that's the law they prescribed. Not that they went to court. It was not discussed anywhere. Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers, they were not there at all. IPOB lawyers were not there. They just went to court, got that thing, and that's it. And that's why they refused to come to court to stand the appeal.
Okay.
That's what happened.
Okay. Thank you so much. We are being joined by Uzo and Mr. Sam. Yeah, Mr. Sam, you're welcome. What do you have to say? We are trying to do a very quick analysis of what has gone down, but over the week we've taken down every part of it until we are able to go through with it.
Can you hear me? Good evening.
We can hear you, Sam.
All right. So I followed the judgment today like every other Nigerian and every other interested party, every other neutral person out there as well, who is not really bothered or who is indifferent about what's happened. We cannot sit here and start to bury our head in the sand and start to become so disingenuous overnight. Nnamdi Kanu did insufferable things. Insufferable means things that are too extreme to bear. This guy went all out against that country, Nigeria. How can you be very, very thousands of miles away, sat in your own comfort in the UK, and start inciting violence in Nigeria? When it all started, I thought probably it's one of those from Wazirike, the other guy before Nnamdi Kanu, like everything is going to die down. But I saw how he just began to grow in leaps and bounds, started making money off these shenanigans. You guys fail to understand. Please, I don't want any interruption, please. Let me just.
No, be factual. Which kind of money? Did you
contribute
any money?
You are not the host. You are not the host. I'm not gonna respond to you.
Let him speak now, please.
Let him speak.
It's good to have a different opinion, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you for protecting me. This guy went all out against Nigeria, like I said. People started contributing money. The DSS began to trace out where these fundings were coming from. And they were being linked to this guy, Nnamdi Kanu. I really feel very shattered today when the judgment was read. I was working from home and I was listening at the same time. It didn't end the way I wanted it to. I wanted the judge not to have any mercy on Nnamdi Kanu. I wanted him to get the death penalty. And I'll tell you why. A lot of people have died. A lot of people have died because of this guy inciting violence in Nigeria. But you guys will turn around. I've listened to a couple of you, so I know where you stand. That's why I came in tonight. I've been waiting for today. Just not to come and gloat here, or not to come for any comeuppance, or not for any poetic justice. Justice. This is the judgment that I got, and I thought it was not fair. The judge should have just stopped at sentencing him to death without reading Matthew 23 and verse 23 to us. Okay, all of those people who have died via this guy's incitement, telling people to go out, pluck their neck off, kill those police, destroy them, go to the police station, burn the whole places down, and you are pretending not to hear all of those. You cannot do that. We are all alive here. It's just barely some 5 years ago, all of this. I know the case that started in 2015. If there is anything, as much as I detest Buhari, former president, may so rest wherever he is. I'm not a fan of his in his second term, but when he was coming in, we all supported him. Maybe not everybody. But one thing that he did that gladdened my heart was that he was able to bundle this guy from Kenya to Nigeria for safekeeping. This guy is a terrorist. Believe it or not, Nnamdi Kanu is a terrorist. Terrorize. See the whole eastern states in Nigeria. You cannot go out on Mondays compulsorily. One riffraff is a riffraff. sat somewhere and it's please.
No, excuse me. You can
please,
excuse me.
Calm down.
You can moderate his. You can moderate his name calling, please.
I'm not gonna moderate it because Nnamdi Kanu today is a convict.
If you don't want to moderate your language, I will take. I have no option.
Exactly.
You cannot take me out. You cannot take me out, KJ. I've not abused you. I'm talking about now. It's not Nnamdi Kanu is not your father.
Let's have interaction with him. It's not a lot of us here. Let's have interaction, please.
KJ, I'm disappointed. Why are you threatening to take me out? That's very low. That's very low. Why are you doing that?
KJ,
listen to me.
KJ,
KJ.
Time this. Everybody should have time to say something. Allow people to say something.
Can you listen?
Everybody should have time to say something.
You called him a racist.
Guys, calm down.
Calm
down. Man of
the guy is here to fight them. People.
Hold on, guys. Calm down, bro. You see, if we go this way, we'll not be able to hear each other. We also need to hear his mindset. But I want him to moderate his language. Let's hear his mindset. I don't want to stop him from talking, but let's have a clean discussion. You can make your point without hurting anybody. I mean, that's my decision.
I'm on timely. It will not allow somebody to talk for 30 minutes now. Everybody came back to. I just came back from work.
I'll appreciate that. Give me some time. Let me be on the time. Let me be on the timing, please. How many more minutes do I still have?
You have 2 more minutes.
Okay, I'll finish in 2 minutes.
So we can interact with you, not just come and make a comment and leave. That would be very helpful.
No, I have time today. Today's Thursday. Tomorrow is Friday. I'm not working tomorrow. I have time for you. Anyway, you have made me lose my line. I mean, my train of thought. But I'm going to end it this way. Whatever he has got today is very deserving. It deserves what he got today. I thought he was going to get a death sentence because there's a reason for that. If your families or my own family, take for example, those 2 soldiers, you cannot claim you have not seen those 2 soldiers. I don't know whether they are Hausas or they are Igbos. I can't remember again, but I remember that scene. Those guys were killed in broad daylight just because somebody is sat somewhere, and it's telling this myrmidons.
Okay, Sam, it's like you find it a bit difficult to talk without having to,
See, it's very painful. It's very painful. I'm not insulting. It's very painful that people have died. It's very, very painful. Yet, you guys are.
I'm still with you. Hold on. Sam, as you are here now, and I'm where I am now, and I commit a crime, a very heinous crime, and because you are being the radar of the government, and they ask me, why do you do this? And I say, it is Sam that sent me to do it. Will you take responsibility for that crime which I have committed because I mentioned your name?
See, there is a connection to all of this. See, your question, you have been simple question. I've answered you. That we say if A is equal to B and B is equal to C, invariably A is equal to C.
Okay.
We can connect the dot. You think the judge is a stupid man? You think the prosecuting counsels are stupid? They are not.
Let's move on. There's no problem. You are right. Uzo.
Yeah. What's up? How are you? Can you hear me?
Very clear.
Okay. All right. I think I woke up almost 4 a.m. today and followed the whole procedure. All right. So and I pray everyone should be civil. Yeah. Every indigenous people person, for how he's feeling feeling it, whether good or bad. All right. What I notice is like I'm a Catholic. There's a time they brought Jesus before the Pontius Pilate. It's like a judge was narrating like narration, and Jesus said, he talked. The narration didn't pull like a place, like a written judgment already be done. We all know that this way is going. Nobody will tell you that that's not right. We all know that already. All right. So my initial argument is that if you know that this guy committed a crime, when you move him from Kenya, take him to court, judge him, prosecute him, and lock you up. When Samalepa was caught in Finland, it takes more than 6 months. It was it was everything was done. All right. So this guy have stayed over 5 years. You're holding over 5 years, wasting Nigeria resources, millions of dollars, bringing to court with armed security and everything. Finally, somebody else have come to like read and read and read and read and read. Both the one that even a layman will know that now this is not it. All right. I wouldn't tell you that everything is wrong or right, but it has happened. So, but the only thing we will not allow somebody will come here calling names or insulting people. We all know how to start. If you have starting now, if you're from Satis, between 2015 2020, we all know what starting Satis worker was like. We all know how it was like. In my place, I'll take it up from my place. A Fulani person will sell you a cow, come dinner and take the cow. You can't say anything. You go to police, they will even arrest you. All right. A Fulani guy, two of them will fight for the cow. They kill themselves. All the people in my village run away because army will come and dismantle everybody. My cousin was shot. It was on the news by the military, by the airport road. From far, it was shot. The head was taken off. For what? Nothing. A young guy. We all know how fat this was between 2015 to 2020. That it was meteorite. Operation person that was dancing all over the place, killing people. That's what instigated all these things. We all know how people cannot even go to farm anymore. Even my place. All right. We all know, and everyone was scared. When you sleep one eye. Everyone was scared. We are doing meeting here. Like if you between 2015 and 2020, if you are meeting upon how do we secure? Before no solution. The governors, some of them came here. What do we do? No solution. Everyone, the Southeastern were looking for solution. How to secure our land. That's when Nnamdi Kanu come with a full force. And it was the solution that everyone was looking for. All right. So everybody buy with the idea, let's secure our land. All right. Then I won't, as I said, it's only a tree that they will call the tree will stand. Nnamdi Kanu was the only person in the 30s when he thought, even the governor say, if I'm the governor also, I will not accept that. As I said, people from the governor of like someone like Opus Ademba, Ibazo, all those guys, then I will not allow him to even preach the next day because they become nothing in the state with the government. People listen to Nnamdi Kanu because Nnamdi Kanu give people hope. Nobody listen to Opus Ademba. Someone will tell you, sit at home. Don't get anywhere. Nnamdi Kanu will declare everyone going. People will listen to Nnamdi Kanu. 80% of people in the South was listening to Nnamdi Kanu more than Opus Ademba. Then, so if I'm Opus Ademba being in that seat, I will go all out. Make sure that I didn't see the light of the day. And that's almost what happened. Which the governors of Sati State, the top head, they were not relevant to the state anymore. Nobody listens to them anymore. So they have to do what they have to do to bring this guy down. But you have happened. The judgment have been taking place. No Igbo person living at the moment that breathes. I would say at least that is here. I mean, at the state, everybody feeling the pain. Everybody have the pain. Some people that is after my mom, they lost my mom. This is one of the pain time. All right, it's one of the time they can have the pain that this guy is it true or not. But nevertheless, it's not that you arrested Nnamdi Kanu, sentenced him with the issue. Have you solved the problem? And Nnamdi Kanu will raise tomorrow if the problem is not solved. That's what we're talking about. You arrested him and put him to jail. Yeah, solve the problem so that another Nnamdi Kanu will not rise again. All those problems that brought all these things, so that problem will not rise again. So that's just my this thing.
Thank you so much. Mr. K.
It's too late.
Mr. K.
Sam O, I see you're wrapped up in a duvet. Yeah, you're feeling comfortable. You're not in Nigeria right now, but you called someone a riffraff and you don't want them to call you names. You're a floating bitch. And 10 times.
No.
Please, we don't come here for that, please.
Okay, please.
Okay, we don't come here for that. You have the right to what I say, I beg.
K, the words you're using will not use it on this platform. And please, I know you are angry, but calm down.
Everyone calm down. Everyone's angry. Calm down, guys.
Not even
it's not the end of it.
Hold on.
Everybody's gonna rise up. Now they made Igbos look like we are just sissies. It's enough. It's enough. It's been going on for over 800 years.
Okay.
It's enough.
Okay, it's
If
all
we
right.
have to die, we're going to die.
No,
It's enough.
nobody's dying.
We should not
But
be
it's all right.
comfortable where we are anymore. It's
Okay.
enough.
Okay, can I moderate? I want you to understand, you guys to understand something. None of us here is responsible for what is going on. And we all have different views. Me, as I'm talking to you, I have followed Nnamdi Kanu's activities since 2015. So nothing that he has gone through that I don't know, I don't have record of. So when people talk, sometimes I just chose to keep quiet because they are quoting from what they know, what the Nigerian media have reported, but they don't know the underground of what brought to it. For instance, Sam, you talked about what Nnamdi Kanu has done in the East. Do you know that in the East, you have more than 5 other different groups raised by the government called the false flags? One of chiefly of which is Asare Dakubo, who has his men fighting all the 5 states of the East. This never came to your knowledge. You don't know that. Don't know that Asare Dakubo and his boys were fighting in the East. Who are they fighting? It's not the same Igbo people are accusing Nnamdi Kanu of this thing. There is the courtist movement, the courts that politicians are renting to do their evil. There is the government false flags that they were financing, they call the unknown government. They were doing also damage in the East. Then you have the Nigerian army themselves, who most of them, majority of those who settled in Boko Haram were given army uniform and sent to the East. These things are there, but it will not be told you. And let me tell you something. If Tinubu has done anything good for the East, it's the fact that he withdrew those funds meant to pay these people. So you can see that since Buhari went, the East have come back normal. And let me tell you something. I have people in the East. Many times I've called them. Why people sitting at home? Majority of them have come to say, no, we have chosen to start, not because anybody is forcing us. Because if you say that it is IPOB that is forcing sit at home, how many members are IPOB? How many are they? Are they on all the 5 states of the Federation? If they are, all the 5 states, and if they are on all the 5 states, do they have members in each village going out to force people to stay at home? So at one point, it was the government forcing people to stay at home. But that is not what we will tell you. Right? It's not out there. Okay? So I sympathize with the fact that it is the non-Igbos who are more concerned that Igbos are not going to the marketplace on Monday. The Igbos don't really have a problem with that. Because you know why? We lost everything before. We were given £20. And we are where we are today. That's because God decided to do that. But that's not a discussion for another day. Mr. K, if you have calmed down now, please make your entrance without insulting Sam. Sam is also a guest like you. So please, okay? All right, go ahead.
All right. I don't care what I said to that guy. Everything sticks. But with decorum, I'm going to say what I need to say. We need to stop begging. We need to stop talking. We need to start dying. We need to start dying. It's enough. Every one of you here, if you're Igbo, you are not a man. You are not men, because another man can take your freedom. This is tribalistic. This is stupid. And enough is enough. You see a very weak-ass Fulani man with an AK-47 come to you. You die on your knees. Why? An able-bodied man like you beg for your life, praising to some fictitious divinity to come save you, and they keep killing you, and all you do is keep praying and praising and begging. It's time to die. Whatever life it is you are just trying to gather for yourselves is all a facade. You need to die. You run to a country where people fought, killed themselves so that they can live a peaceful life.
Is this guy able to come to the camera? Why are you hiding behind the camera and inciting death?
Okay,
Dude, we need to die. Look at me. And it starts from you, Sam O. You're going to die a slow, excruciating death.
Okay. No, Sam.
Okay. No.
We don't have
Yeah.
that.
Stop being benevolent and very meek. We need to stop being meek. We need to stand up. Enough is enough.
Okay. Thank you for your submission. Thank you so much. I have to say this platform have zero tolerance for violence.
Exactly. All having zero tolerances and everything. Why they keep killing us and we keep talking the same bullshit.
Okay, listen to me, K. I think I'm older than you, so I probably have seen more. But I'm not. Hold on, hold on. Calm down. Listen to my argument. I'm simply saying that, you see, there's other ways we can use to achieve this result without having necessary attack.
Sir. None.
Calm down,
sir.
You see, there was a. Okay, let me move on. Let's just go ahead and have a discussion, but we don't encourage violence.
Discussions will not help us.
Let me say something.
All right.
Calm down.
He has gone to different countries. He has tried to make people see.
Calm down.
We talk too much, and look at what he has got for talking. We talk too much.
Okay, calm down. Yeah, it's all right.
Soldiers are killing us, and we fight back, and someone here is telling us, oh, they killed soldiers. So he deserves death because he said something. Because he said something, and he retaliated, and someone died in the line of action. This man says he deserves the death sentence. Why don't you deserve the death sentence too, Sam? Why don't you deserve it?
In 2022, Nigeria's Court of Appeal struck down the charges against him and ordered his release. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has also called for his unconditional release. Yet he remains in solitary confinement, in deteriorating health, and recently had to represent himself in court. Nigeria has signaled that the law is optional and targeting Christians is fair game. Just hours ago this morning, despite the pleas and cries of the Nigerian people and many Nigerian lawmakers, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was convicted on all charges. For fiscal year 2025, the U.S. has requested nearly $8 billion for sub-Saharan Africa. But when Americans see political prisoners, judicial defiance, and the slaughter of Christians, they understandably ask as they meet their own struggles, why should our tax dollars support governments that refuse to protect their own people? Is our aid aiding a genocide? Nigeria is a nation of tremendous potential, but that potential is being choked out by violent persecution of its Christian population. No country can build a stable future where churches are burned, believers are killed, and communities live in fear.
Okay, that is the submission, Congressman, this morning. I'll come to you.
That's what I was talking about. And some other people do.
That's small. That's small. That's small.
Anyway,
don't worry. It is not grab. In 1 month time,
guys, calm down.
Trump does not need to waste taxpayers' money trying to go figure out how to solve Nigeria's problem. All you need to do is equalize the whole play field.
Okay, calm down. Hold on.
Yeah, you done now. Somebody else, please. Somebody else. You come back to you also.
You have heard Sam's submission.
I heard what Sam said.
Yeah. So as from I understand, he probably feels that way because he's a bit removed from the scene. But you are in the scene because your relatives are still in the East. From his argument, there are also Igbo people who have that same argument, like the guy called Udele, who has been celebrating since. Now, why do you think...
Not the current name here, beg.
Why do you think such people exist?
That no, they mention nobody now. That's the definition in there.
I take exception to that. What do you mean such people, KJ?
What I mean by such, I mean people with divergent view from our own view, the majority view from the
So
East.
it's only the Southeasterners that can contribute to this goings on here. I'm not a Nigerian because I'm Yoruba.
Listen.
Because now who get wound
Hold
like
on,
the
guys.
piam?
Hold on now.
Piece of
Hold
shit,
on. Let's
Sam. You're a
moderate.
fucking piece of
Let's
shit.
moderate.
Yoruba,
Okay.
right?
Moderate.
So,
One
hold
piece
on.
of
Hold
shit.
on. Let's moderate it. Sam has asked a question. Is it that because it's not Igbo, it should not contribute? I'll go one by one. But I make your point, and if you can answer the questions he has thrown. I don't think he threw it only to me. He threw it to everybody who
No,
probably
I don't look. I heard what Sam said. You know one thing, because whenever somebody comes here, you exactly immediately he opens his mouth, you know where he's going to. You know, when some Yorubas come here, they will pretend as if that Yoruba land is safe. They will pretend that they are not agitating to separate from Nigeria. Actually, Yoruba people are more separatist than the Igbos. They have well-organized separatist group, well-informed, well-organized than the Igbos. Why you see our intellectuals not coming to talk about Igbo separating from Nigeria is what happened today. The angst, the fear of being arrested and put in a prison forever. That's why you see them, they are not talking about Biafra or Igbo nation like the Yorubas. You have Mr. or Professor Akintoye, Banja Akintoye, who is always coming to, to say we are fed up with Nigeria, give us our own separate nation. There was a time he was even on Samuel Ekpa's program with Sunday Igboho. I mean, this Professor Akintoye. He was there for almost 3 hours. They were discussing how to fight together and separate from Nigeria. This man has called for separation of, for discretion of Nigeria for many times. Even this time, a few months ago, he wrote Tinubu that Tinubu should not hesitate to remove Yoruba from Nigeria. Nobody's attacking him, nobody's arresting him because he's a Yoruba man, because he has, Yorubas have this than Igbos. That is why this man is coming here telling us, how Nnamdi Kanu did that. Okay, for example, when Sunday Igboho when his house was attacked, the DSA discovered, weapons in his house. When Sunday Igboho, when there was a problem in Igbarapa or your state, Sunday Igboho took his troops. In fact, that was almost a civil war because more than 500 people died. And that's what made General Buhari to attack his house, because he killed a lot of Fulani people in Igbarapa, in your state. They first went to the burned his house, he escaped, they went and attacked his house again. So when somebody is coming here to tell him what is happening in Igbo land because of this, propaganda, Igbos are doing this and doing that to ourselves, you think that Yoruba land is safe. Nowhere is safe there. Nowhere. And they are fighting for this agitation. They are fighting for this thing very, very well. My brother Sam, if you are acquainted to this program or to the agitation in Igbo land, 2015, when Nnamdi Kanu was first caught, Nnamdi Kanu had no guns. Even then, there was nothing like insecurity in Igbo land. There was no killing. When he was released, 2017, he was doing his own program in Igbo land. There was no firearms. There was nothing until they came to kill him and he escaped. And then they started their Operation Python Dance 1, Python Dance 2, which Buratai was then the chief of army staff. This Buratai now. So all the insecurity you see in Igbo land didn't start from Nnamdi Kanu. When did Nnamdi Kanu establish ECN? It was on October 20th of October 2020. When did Nigerian army start killing Igbo boys? With no arms, with no dagger, nothing. You catch them, you kill them. Even Amnesty International condemned Nigeria, put the names, told Nigerians how Nigerian government, they were killing Igbo people for no reason. Al Jazeera interviewed Buhari, wanted to show Buhari where Igbo people, Igbo youths were in Aba High School, saying give us a referendum. He sent his army to massacre these young people. When you come here, you have to know where this thing started. Because coming here and let me tell you, who are the unknown gunmen in Igbo land? Have they caught one person and imprisoned and charged the person to court? Never. Somebody will come and kill and go in a state, in a country that calls itself sovereign. How can people be killing people and you will never arrest those people? You only hear, ECN has killed somebody here. No evidence, nothing. So, my brother, when you are talking about killings in Igbo land, you should know where it started. You should know the beginning. Don't come here and start, he did this, he did that. At least they have had him 5 years. What did they find, from him? Nothing. Nothing. Not even razor blade. They caught him with a cable, with a microphone, with a cable. He incited.
All right.
Let me tell you. Excuse me. When Radio Kudrat I was listening to Radio Kudrat in 1990s. Do you know that most of them today they became governors? Even this Tinubu was one of them. Femi Kayode, who was the what they call the governor of Ekiti State, was one of them. Dele Mahmood, they were operating Radio Kudrat. They were telling everybody to bomb everywhere. OPC leader today. Look at what Agam said a few days ago. Do you know how many people that died under OPC today? Adams is the area of Kakanfo of Yoruba land. What are we talking here? You have to be fair when you come here, please. The state has the power to implicate you in many ways. The state has the power to send people, divide people into two, people killing people. Lastly, let me tell you, the last Professor Chid, the last commission he did in Anambra State, you heard what he said. He said that most of the killings in Southeast are caused by cultists and political talks. And as we speak, Soludo cannot release that white paper because it contradicted what Soludo was talking. Don't come here and say what you don't know. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. You have been very kind. And we'll go. Wow, look at Ngozi. Ngozi is here. So it's interesting that you're not sleeping at this hour. So please, guys, let's give her an opportunity. See, she's in Nigeria. So, and data is not very cheap there. Please go ahead and make your contribution, Ngozi.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. I do not know exactly how to say the things I want to say. I mean, the things I want to say are in my head, but I cannot find the right words. Can't find the right words. And it does not help that in this week alone, it's been bad news upon bad news. These terrorists, it's almost as if they are on a time noun, and they are just going berserk. So this week has been terrible. As a matter of fact, if not that the bulk of my work has to do with social media, I would have logged out of all social media. It's that bad. It's been from the abduction of the girls to It's just the Kwara incident. And for somebody living in Nigeria, that Kwara incident shook me. Not because I did not know that something like that has been going on for many years now. What shook me about it is seeing it happen firsthand. You know, it's one thing to hear about things, even from survivors. For example, I have family members who survived Boko Haram and only came back to the East with just the clothes on their back. It's one thing to hear. And as a child, I remember distinctly as a child growing up in Maiduguri, everybody would just randomly start running. What is it? Sharia. Everybody would just start running helter skelter. So there is that. But to see the horror of being surrounded by terrorists in the last place you thought they would attack you, a church, it was horrifying. Then to move from
I'm
that,
sorry. Have we changed the topic? I'm lost here. What's going on?
Let
Just
her, you
listen.
make
Just
you
listen.
have your say. Let her speak
Just
now.
listen,
Just
dummy.
calm. You have opportunity to speak. Calm down, because all right, go ahead. Because calm down, guys.
honestly, I did not have the bandwidth for nuisance this evening. If anybody has a problem with me speaking, I'll gladly log off. I do not have the bandwidth for it. And certainly not from this man. Certainly not, I do not have the patience for his BS. So yes, and then all that, having to deal with all that, and then when I heard that judgment was going to be delivered on Nnamdi Kanu's case today, I deliberately avoided it because we all knew it was building up to this. For most parts, most people could know it was building up to this. You could sense that they've drawn it out long enough. They just couldn't anymore. They just couldn't keep up with the whole charade anymore. So something had to give. But nothing prepared me for it. I didn't even think we were going to go through with something like this. And as somebody living in the Southeast, it's like, oh no, here we go again. Because it's bad enough that you are telling Nnamdi Kanu supporters, calm down. Let's talk about these things. Let's ask for his release. Let's keep demanding that he be released. Even when all the courts have said that he should be let go, let's just keep going. Don't face them with the force. They are pushing you, but don't fall into it. Don't fall into it. But now, what do you tell them? What in God's name do you tell them? There's no reasoning with them anymore. And this is a trap. There's nothing anybody wants to tell me. They are setting us up. They know emotions are high and they do this. They are setting the Southeast up. And when we do not fall for the trap, they are going to do it by themselves.
Don't worry, we're up to
The
the facts now.
Nigerian military, in years past, have been complicit of committing crimes and claiming it is a set of people that they want to target that committed it. They have even admitted as much. So now that they have set up Ndibo with this final straw, I am just thinking two scenarios. Hopefully, we do not fall for it. I am hoping with everything in me that no matter how angry or saddened anybody is by this, they do not fall for this trap. I am hoping. And I know very well that even if we still do not fall for this trap, there is no coming back from it because they are still going to do what they usually do. Unknown soldiers are going to come and do their thing, and then they will still do what they had in mind all this while. Have more reasons to put more boots on ground. The Southeast has been militarized. Anybody that knew me and my take on IPOB since 2021, go and check my socials. The IPOB prior to them being proscribed were just flag carrying, excuse my French, nuisance people. They were not armed. They were not a threat to anybody. I did not support them. I did not like them, but they were no threat to anybody. All they did was do their assembly. say their piece, organize their rallies, with their usual record. That was all they did prior to the proscription, prior to that military assault where most of them were made to swim in mud. God bless you. Prior to that, the IPOB, I live in the Southeast, so I dare anybody to contradict it. Prior to that, we lived with these people. They were not a threat to anybody. They were annoying, very annoying. Not all of them. For the most part, they were annoying, very, very annoying, but they were not a threat to them. Buhari did what he did. And when he did what he did, I am saying this and I have receipts of everything. I have not changed my mouth since 2021. So nobody can even come and say, God, I have said this in 20. But Buhari is the cause of it. That is why when he died, I celebrated. That man will rot. And not only did he proscribe them, he took away private gun ownership. He made sure that private individuals in Nigeria could not own arms. He did that. So when
are we on a timer? Are we on a timer, moderator, please?
I'm the moderator. I will say when she stops. She's in Nigeria. She's using her data. I want her to speak her mind. And if she wants to log off, she can log off. You are in a better place where your data is not monitored.
How do you know where I am? So because she's in Nigeria, I have to wait.
Nigga, shut the fuck
yes,
up and
that's the
listen.
law.
KJ, lock this guy out, man. KJ, take this guy out.
Calm down,
Take this Sam out, please.
Sam
Take
is
this
a
Sam
radio
out, please.
member. Let him be here.
No, don't take him out. But Sam, calm down. The lady is in Nigeria. It's my turn to speak. Then your turn. So let's give her this more platform. She's in Nigeria.
Being a troll. This is what he gets paid for. He's deliberately trolling. He knows I'm going to get
we are gonna balance this shit soon. It's all about negotiations. It's all about negotiations in this game. We are gonna play this game. We birthed you guys. We feed you guys. We make you who you are. We teach you, and now it's time to teach you the real.
Okay, calm down now. Okay, calm down, please. I was talking to you earlier. Calm down. That's not.
You're gonna know us soon. You will know us soon. Eccentric case. You're asking I'm a clown. You're gonna be the joke soon. We will see.
This is the greatest delusion of grandeur I've ever seen. Okay, you are nothing, man.
Hold on, guys. Listen, I know that when this broadcast starts, people will come here with different views and they want to, cause destruction. Please don't allow it to go that way. I don't want to remove anybody. I don't want anybody to insult anybody. Okay, let people have their say. People feel differently. People have different.
You're gonna have to remove me. It's enough of hearing people say. You need to stand up and be a man. Stop talking.
Okay, but right now, take it easy now. Okay, in my room now. Where do I stand up to now? All right. Ngozi, please conclude.
Let me just conclude by saying this. I just know that there is an end game to all this. Obviously, there is always is. But before that, and that end game, look at what played out in court. The prosecution said, "Oh, we think he deserves the death sentence," and the judge says, "Oh, I'll be merciful. I'll give him life sentence."
Pontus Pilate. When they kill Jesus, I set him play.
And then it was so annoying. Like, make it a little bit believable. We are not clowns. We know what is at play here. And then they do it. And then by 2027 now, what you're going to hear is Tinubu pardons or reduces the sentence. And he's going to call it a gift to the Southeast. I know that is the end game. But what I am worried about, what scares me, is what is going to happen from now till then. Because that is the ultimate end game in all this, to use it as a trump card to say, "Oh, I know we were the one that sent him to jail, but look, we are setting him free, we are reducing his time. That is something we did for you people. You people have to reciprocate by voting for us." That is where all this is going to end. But before then, these people are so heartless. They are willing to risk lives, knowing what the impact of what this could be. They are willing to risk life. What am I even saying? They've been risking lives all these years, but they're willing to risk more, even in the face of international outrage. They're willing to risk more. There's no coming back from this. There's absolutely no coming back from this. And anybody anybody that's still at this point still thinks, oh, for those that would think it's a gotcha moment, oh, I pity you. I pity you. It's not the gotcha moment you think it is. And if after, sorry,
go ahead.
So I think this is not for those that are thinking, oh, gotcha, oh, finally have him. Yeah. Oh no, you're silly. It's not. You're very silly. And I don't want to even sugarcoat it. You're very silly or daft to think that this is a gotcha moment. It's not. Oh, it is going to come and bite all of us in the ass. And it's not going to be nice. The only reason I feel confident and I feel justified is that posterity will always judge all of us. I have been saying it since 2021. Let posterity judge all of us. Maybe we are here. My prayer is that nobody will die. Even said people are saying, all of you, no, nobody will die. Nobody will die. All of us will live. Whether you're in Nigeria or out of Nigeria, all of us will live and see what becomes of this. Good night, everyone.
Thank you so much for coming in and making your contribution. It goes a long way to help us. Thank you. All right. Comparable facts.
Yeah, thank you very much. Ngozika, it's good to see you. Okay, hope you be safe. So let me make it. I'm going to ask a question. Once, and Sam, this is directed to you. We need to be respectful here. It's going to be yes or no. Please, I don't want you to elongate your answer. Do you believe in Nigeria the application of law combined with some political factor, make the judicial system or the law in Nigeria very uneven or not? Can you just say yes or no? The application of law combined with some political factors, does it make the way the laws have been adjudicated in Nigeria?
It's not a yes. It's not a yes or no thing. Every case must be dealt on or dealt by on its own merit. Every case must be dealt with on its own merit.
So that's the way you want to answer. Okay, let me proceed. Okay, you don't want to answer. You don't want to answer yes or no. So let's go. I think what we are witnessing when it comes to Nigerian space, let's not sugarcoat it. What Ngozika has said is definitely right, and I think KJ started it. Everybody knows it's well documented that the silent genocide that we have, which was Buhari, was the one that instigated whatever happened in the Southeast. Maybe people are just going by the news, whatever they are hearing. Buhari did operate what we call a sting operation. That's why you see all those unknown gunmen perpetuating the whole thing. He budgeted a lot of money. The security expert has come and confirmed that he budgeted a lot of money in order to sabotage the Southeast. He's a silent genocider. He did it enough, but he wants to. The people he consider, the dot in the circle, he wants to exterminate them. He was a silent genocider. That's a fact. That can never be taken. If you look at it, the last 2 years, since Tinubu came in, I'm not a Tinubu fan by no means. The so-called unknown government, you don't even hear about them anymore because he has taken away the budget that was perpetuated by Buhari. That's a fact, and it's well documented. So when people come here, you say something. If you look at the record, the data, empirical data in the last 2 years, the violence in the Southeast has subsided drastically. I know there's a little bit of separatism going on, some kidnapping and some other things, and that's happening in the South Side. If I may give you the correct data, in the last 2 years, in the Southwest, dead by violence and other crime you have in the Southeast, in the Southwest, it's about 200 and close to 300.
Where are you getting your data from? Where are you getting the data from?
Man, you didn't want to answer my question. Just be quiet, okay? Don't annoy me. I'll let you speak and let me
You have come with your lies again. Is your stock in trade? Is your stock in trade? Tell us where you got your data from.
Go and find out.
Sam, please. I beg you already. I beg you already.
In the South Side, the death and violence by gang and other kind of things, the kidnapping by henchmen and other things, it's about 300 and something, and the Southeast is only about 400. So they are very paramount, close to each other. Nothing compared to the terrorism that is going on in the north. That's about 7,000. So the point I'm trying to make is that the violence in the Southeast has drastically reduced, and that was because of what this guy did. So you didn't want to answer the question about what I just said. You know, if this is going to make you happy, the injustice we have in Nigeria is going to make you injustice. How do you compare the terrorists killing people in the north? They are being, you know, reintegrated into the society, given a retradition, you know, program for them to come back into the society. This is people that perpetrated terrorists, killing people. 100 of them. I can give you a lot of names that have been pardoned, that have been rehabilitated into the society. And you're talking about a man which is ready. I'm not saying the Reddit is right, but the justice was not fair by any means necessary. But if you come here, you know, and you want to throw the line of people, you know, who their narrative is based on insensitive outlook, oppressor, you know, cheerleader. That's what you are, rejoicing for another man than for, you know, celebrating the injustice that's being done in Nigeria. People like you that are state loyalists and biased, then you are driven by what I call hatred and injustice. But that's your opinion. I respect it. That's why I said people should allow each other to come here. I go to a different platform. You hear Sam. I go to one man platform, and I'm going to go there this evening. I'm not scared, and I want you not to be scared. For you to come here and say your opinion, like you said, this is what this platform is all about. It's have your say. So if KJ did not drive you away or Dr. Damage, you shouldn't be afraid of anybody. I go to one man show. It's on a different kumbaya. One man and let me speak. He never drive me away. So that's what he said. I don't know why he's saying people are driving you away. Nobody drive you away from here. Don't be going just kumbaya. Don't hear the same thing everybody's talking about. Come to a place where there's a diverse opinion. You have stated your opinion, and I respect your opinion. But I'm going to counter you, and you haven't given me something, to disprove my narrative that there's an even uneven justice in Nigeria. The terrorists in the north are being pampered compared to Nnamdi Kanu. How do you justify that? People killing people. I mean, almost if you have the data that is being compiled by international, it's about 63,000 people that have been killed. Just Christians compared to about 6,000 Muslims that have been killed. If you look at that number in the last 5 or 6 years, and how many dead in the southeast, which are condoned, but it was getting better until this outrageous ruling. I hope my people will calm down and let's see what happens. Don't take the bet. But that's your opinion. I respect your opinion, okay? But you didn't answer my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Guys, one of the charges that was leveled against him as part of his terrorism activity was the killing of Malam Bullock, the APC guy who went to conduct the primaries in Imo State. Now, here is the Imo State governor, who obviously is not a fan of IPOB, talking about his mother.
Was in Imo State for a national assignment. He came to Owerri with the Senate Committee on Constitutional Amendment. Being a humble man, he chose to travel incognito, according to his friend that was with him during the incident. Someone must have trailed him from his hotel to the airport. That is exactly why this gruesome murder appears to be a clear case of political assassination.
Psalms 96:14.
Now, that is the governor of the state who hosted him when he went there. Now, I am a media person, so most of these videos, I have them. The first time that Bullock got to Imo State, he had a press conference. And the person he held that press conference against was the National Security Advisor, General Mongunu. And he said if anything happens to him, General Mongunu should be held responsible. That people fear him, but he is not afraid of him. He will talk the truth. And that guy is the one for a lot of things. That video is out there for anybody who wants to search. Go search it. Bullock's last interview. You'll see it there. Okay, when they tried to put this on IPOB, the family even said, no, we know what is going on. Please leave IPOB out of this. But today, the judge included this in the judgment. Sam, you are the next to speak. Do you still think that that's part of what Nnamdi Kanu should suffer for?
He should suffer for that and many more. He should.
Okay.
Yeah.
You will suffer, and your generation will suffer many more.
No. You see, I'm going to take you out, okay? If you don't stop, I'm going to take you out. Please don't do that now. Now, also, the judge mentioned that Nnamdi Kanu was responsible for the NSAS protests, and that his intention was marching towards he was planning to go to the American consulate to go and blow it up. Is that also part of what you think that he was planning?
You cannot rule anything out, KJ.
Wow, okay.
You cannot rule anything out. This guy is a terrorist, like I said aforementioned. Without mentioning them, because I don't want to trigger anyone, you are calling for death, but you are hiding behind your camera. We can't even see your face. Come to the center of your camera and let us see your face. I'll go to Man of Prestige. See, the situation we are dealing with, see, you can chew gum and drive at the same time. It's not mutually exclusive. Okay, one must not stop for the other. What we are experiencing in Nigeria, yes, we are in a state of war now. Nobody's denying that, and it's been orchestrated by you know who against the president. But that's not the topic for today. We can start
the president.
Yes, that's what's going on. If you don't know what's going on, is politics. But we'll go back to that later. Let's go back to the East. You mentioned earlier if it deserved this, and I said it deserved it and much more. If you people in the Southeast, and I'm calling you guys out, I'm Yoruba, I'm not a child. I've lived with everyone in Nigeria, and I know the crybabies in that country. Please don't shut me up. Let me speak. This victim mentality. Please don't interrupt me, please. I'm not abusing anyone.
You're not insulting anybody.
You're abusing. Don't worry, you are abusing us. But go ahead.
Abusing who? Have I called your name?
Using victim mentality. Victim mentality. This guy is here to cause trouble. If I were you, if I were KJ, I would remove him. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm not
him.
So is that democracy? You want to remove me?
This is a bastard. He's a bastard.
Hold on.
This is a bastard.
Hold on. I said that.
Remove this idiot here.
No. That's what I'm saying. Don't insult anybody. Okay, make this thing. Don't insult. And I said that to Sam. Don't insult anybody, but make your point. You are free to make it. It is have your say. So you have your say.
This guy did a lot of damage to that country. I don't know how the southeastern part of that country will recover from this. No one in Nigeria, believe it or not, I'm telling you the truth.
It's southwest than southeast. It's southwest than southeast. I'm telling you now. Remove Lagos. Take away Lagos that people develop. It's southwest than southeast. You're coming out.
This guy is a moron. This guy is a moron. This time is a moron.
It's southwest better than southeast. Take away Lagos that people develop 100%. Is it not southeast? You're here talking rubbish. We are fools.
Remove this idiot.
Talk like human being. Let's have a conversation here. Stop doing all that, man.
No, don't be like KJ.
You're not right, man. Don't everybody say fool. Let's have a conversation, not all this you are saying. You started.
Today we forever live in infamy. Today is the only day I have witnessed a man being convicted for mere puffery, for what he said from his mouth, not what he did with his own hands. The verdict is not consistent with the evidence laid before the court. The sentence is overbroad, cruel, and unusual. How can you convict a man for making mere broadcasts from a location that was never named, and he never tied that broadcast to any single incident of violence, or even someone slapping someone, not to talk of terrorism? You did all this, you didn't lay any evidence. I don't know where this whole verdict can be grounded in law, logic, or facts. We disagree with the judgment vehemently, and we are going to fight it from here onwards until justice is done.
Yes. There's no justice yet.
Yes. Suspect the judgment is not based on law. It's not based on facts. It's based on politics. It's based on some tribal, primordial sentiments. Just because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is Igbo. An Igbo man has become the person in Nigeria that should be trampled upon. I'm not saying this because I'm Igbo. I'll say it for the Hausa or Yoruba who gets trampled upon. But today we saw an Igbo man being trampled upon, and by God Almighty, we are not going to allow it.
It will
not stand. Nobody is going to trample on me. Nobody is going to trample on Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not a terrorist. He's a man that was pursuing change. To pursue a separate nation of yours is not a crime. So in Nigeria today, if somebody says, don't be silly, you get convicted. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu may broadcast, and so what? And you convict him for terrorism for mere words in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. What kind of precedent is being laid? So from here, we are heading to the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal is the only court in this country, or the next court in this country, that sits as a jury. We are going to approach the justices there to check out what happened in court today. And we are pretty sure the justices will agree with us that today was the symbol of the travesty of justice that everybody has been suspecting all along. If the Court of Appeal disagrees with us, we head to the Supreme Court. But by God Almighty, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not going to stand convicted. He's going to get overturned. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We were talking with Sam. Sam, I want to ask
KJ,
you.
Can you put me at the back? I'll be back, okay? Please.
All right.
Yeah.
Sam, I want to ask you a question, and from there you can go ahead and make your submission. Do you understand all of what Nnamdi Kanu have done? Can you cite any of them for which you are holding him responsible? Can you cite one incident that you are sure he's involved in that you are holding responsible?
Are you whining me or what? Are you pulling my legs, or what exactly are you trying to do?
Just answer the question.
Jasmine, please maintain your silence. I'm not. You don't need to scream.
No,
I'm not scared by you. I'm not scared. I'm not scared. But you are not the moderator. Please keep quiet.
I know
please.
I'm not. But just deal with the guy. No, deal with the guy.
You don't need to insert.
Don't ask question for question.
Jago, you don't need to insert yourself in this. It's going to get to your turn. It's my turn now, please.
I don't need to, but I have done. I've done it because you're not answering the question. You're going on like a child. I want you to have your say. I want to be clear in what you're saying. However, if you're being directed to a question, you should answer it like an honorable person.
You're just being petulant. Anyway, I'm not gonna pay you any mind. Back to KJ.
You see the word you used. You said I'm being pertinent, not impertinent, pertinent, which means I'm accurate. You idiot.
I'm telling you, you are petulant. I'm saying you're petulant. Open your ears and clear the dirt in your ear. Anyway, KJ.
Come on, please.
The word you want to use. The word you want to use is petulant.
He is the one. He is the one inserting himself here.
Whatever scribble you're trying to give up. Just speak your piece.
Let him. Go ahead.
Do you know what, KJ? See, you don't need to come down to this level, Jagun. Just stay where you are, please. You are old enough to be able to control yourself. See the reason, KJ, why people don't come here? Because of this harassment, this haranguing in here. I'm not scared by all this noise.
You're not playing the game right.
Then get out of here. If you cannot stay here, get out of here then.
No.
I don't know I'm not welcome.
No, don't kill him that.
I don't know I'm not welcome.
Calm down.
We try to be simple here. You try to be here. No, I'm not welcome. Don't go here, you're not welcome, my brother.
Please stop screaming, my brother. See, KJ. See. You're making this guy a guest in this program.
No, I'm not.
No, you're actually doing that. I've been watching this for quite a bit. You're doing it unintentionally. So you need to hold on. It's got a different he's got a different view, which is fine. You know,
Is
I know
One
when I
Africa
have a
talking
different
or Sam
view
is still talking?
and I come here, you know, like when Forefathers is hosting this show, what he does is just mute me or he takes you out of the show. There's a problem here. You know, I felt the guy had a different view until he said something, and that's
Yeah,
what made me come in here. What he
exactly.
said is that that people are orchestrating the terrorism against Tinubu.
Yeah,
And that's where he lost me. Look,
exactly.
so he's got a political agenda in this. So look, and I do respect people. You know, look, I have a different view from most Igbo people and most people what they said. You know, I don't have the view that Nnamdi Kanu is innocent. I don't have that view. You know, if you have the view, then there's a problem. You know, or you can. But I don't. What I just believe is in justice. What is justice in Nigeria worth? You know, there are two people, I think, just over the past week, two soldiers were caught doing something. They murdered somebody. One was convicted for life, or sorry, sentenced to death by hanging, and one was given 20 years. And that judgment just came, I think, 2 days ago or something. So, and Nigeria, we have a situation whereby people like Iboho are now like working with police escorts. We have bandits who are being celebrated. People are taking selfies with them,
In the
you
same
know,
Nigeria, but yet
and in the
somebody
same Nigeria. And this is my problem. I never see.
for
See,
using their
Nnamdi Kanu is hold on, let me finish, please. Nnamdi Kanu is a very intelligent guy, right? I did agree with a lot of things he was saying that he made mistakes. But what he has done is it more than what anybody has done in Nigeria. So the whole idea for me is that this is about singling out the Igbo man. This is a rape on our tribe. And this is an insult. If you don't know where this is going, this is a political.
destroying people's
This is,
property.
hold on. Let me just land my point. We've been talking since. Hold on now. Here's KJ. The net of this is that. Hold on first. The net of this is that politicians want to use this as football. What they're trying to do, if you can see where this thing is going, and that's why people need to be more organized. You can get upset, but don't come and say what you do online, right? See, people are waiting, saying, oh, now they've convicted him. Now we're going to release him, vote for us in 2027. This is all what, you know, see, if I have one recommendation, Nnamdi Kanu and his team, is don't appeal this, you know, because the question in Nigeria is, if somebody is accused of murder in Nigeria, what's the penalty? I thought it's death sentence. Why didn't they sentence him to death? Fear no,
because the whole way. Hold on. Let's. I just give you a chance to do that. Let's move.
It only matters worse.
No. Hold on now. So why are they scared, or why are they putting him on life? They want to use this guy as a political football. For me, I just want to say. I'm going to say one thing, then I'll just go on the background. Let me tell you, for people like Sam, the day of reckoning will come to everybody. You know, they say in Nigeria, everybody will chop breakfast. You see, and I'm going to say something very controversial. You know, look, you see all these, you know, these people in the middle belt now that are crying, and we are all crying with them, genocide and all that. They were like Sam before. In Nigeria, if you know the history of Nigeria, the man who committed the greatest genocide against Ndibo is from that place. He's a middle belt Christian. What's the name? The person that killed Agi Uronsi is a middle belt man. Is he not a Christian? These people were being orchestrated, and they committed the highest genocide, you know, Africa, a black man has done to a black man in Africa. These people were all, when our people were coming back from, when the program was happening, they were coming back by train from Meduguri, from Kanu, from everywhere. When they stopped in Boko, when they stopped in Benue, you know this, KJ, they were brought down from the train, and these people massacred them. These people that were crying that, see, justice has come. Now,
please, I thought I was supposed to be speaking.
No, this see,
You only wanted to interject, and you're going long-winded now.
His own day is going to come. You see, people in Kwara said there was no genocide. What's happening in Kwara now? My brother, your turn.
KJ, you are the moderator. Moderate. I'm supposed to speak now. He was meant to interject, and it's going long-winded.
This guy has spoken more than anybody. You need to wait, and other people don't make him a guest.
Don't tell me I need to wait. You just came in now. Why are you guys sitting down there?
Let him shut up and let other people. You have a political agenda. You need to shut up and wait for other people to talk.
You need to shut up and get off the screen now. You're supposed to wait for your turn as well.
Man, shut the
It's either you mute him or you take him out.
Sam, hold on. Okay.
Take him out like he's your father's platform. What do you?
Why do you do that now? Why?
They've been cussing at me as well since you didn't say anything. I need to fight for myself.
All right, so can I talk, guys?
I don't want to release the person who has the handle to remove people when they are cussing. Let's have a civil discussion. Afri Rav.
Sorry.
Hold on. Let Sam conclude his thought. I'll come to you. I know you have not spoken.
Yes, sir. Please.
No, you can't argue with him here. Please don't. Let Sam finish what he's got to say.
Let me finish what I've got to say now.
Organization
okay, sir. Okay, sir.
It can't just be being triggered. Everyone's triggered.
All right.
Exactly.
All right,
Thank you, please. Thank you, everyone. I'm not here posting like some guest. That's not what I'm here to do. But if we keep interjecting, we're going to keep on keeping on. So let me just go on. Then the next person will speak. Ngozi, I can't remember the lady's name that came. She said like the federal government needed this for political football, like the last speaker said as well. How many votes has the APC got in the last 10 years from the Southeast? So perish that thought. Nobody cares about that. Every case must be judged by his own merit. Nnamdi Kanu has erred. Maybe he has made mistakes. Bad enough for him. He's faced judgment today, and judgment has come, and that's where we should limit our discussions to. Was it fair or was it not fair? That's where I'm here tonight.
Was it fair?
And I'm happy that judgment has been slammed on him today. I wanted death penalty. Wait. I wanted death penalty. Then it. Oh God, please.
Please now, hold on. Let him finish and you can talk.
Given a death penalty.
Oh no.
Okay.
Small, Sha, don't worry.
Start removing people if you would not. Please stop.
I told you you're gonna have to remove me if stooges like this dumbass guy Sam is still
I don't
talking.
want to remove you, but you're going to force me to do that. All right.
Okay, just in 2 minutes, I'll round off now. This guy has done insufferable things, like I said. Things that, it makes skin crawl. Sometimes when I hear what he's saying, and he keeps saying these things like those people that have been attacked are not human beings. I've listened to so many. Is it the pastors or the GOs and everyone that was condemning, attacking Yorubas and that? They make skin crawl, to be honest. You can be laughing at it, but I'm happy it's been kept away from where normal human beings should be. It's been taken away and it should be flung away. People like that do not deserve to stay amongst sane people. It doesn't.
I have a question for you, Sam.
He doesn't deserve that.
But KJ he's done now. Move on.
Come on, guys.
This buffoon.
Hold on, I have a question for Sam.
Okay. No question. No
question, beg. You can't be asking a full question, I beg. Let's move on.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Go ahead, Sam.
Your father is the fool. I finished anyway.
Oh no, why now? Why?
He deserves that. If you are not going to stand for me, then I'm going to call him out.
Sam,
see, it's fire for fire tonight. I'm here alone for you guys. The next person, please.
So can I? KJ, if you don't remove this Sam, that means you are collaborating with him. All right. If you don't remove this Sam, you are part of this problem.
You guys,
it's not part of the problem. Let the next person speak.
You are part of this problem.
If somebody comes to troll you, you continue. You fall for this thing. So he's talking with his mouth. Answer him back. I don't want any insult. I've said this many times. If anybody is going to insult, I will remove you. That's the only reason why I will remove you.
But he has been insulted now.
Insult go day. Insult go day. You can't come here and continue treating that people are fool.
KJ, they will not let me speak. I'm losing my train of thought. Let the next person speak, please.
Uzo, go ahead and speak.
You're already done. Okay.
Yes,
just like KJ said, all right. Hello, just like KJ said, one question I always ask. Some have said we're having a civil conversation here right now, right? Some have said, what? Okay, kill this man. What have he done? All right. Just mention one thing. Okay, this is what this guy done. I bring the objection that crucify him. All right. I just see this thing as when the Pontius Pilate was like, why do you want me to crucify this man? They say, I have done this, I have done this, I have done that. All right. That's what just is playing. All right. So for my point is this. I want to tell you guys this. All right. Putting Nnamdi Kanu for life sentence. All right. It doesn't stop the Igbos for who they are. More Nnamdi Kanu will appear tomorrow. This year we bring more Nnamdi Kanu in a different version. Nnamdi Kanu is not the only person that have come. Omotosho was there. We have not seen anything like Mazab. Mazab got left. Nnamdi Kanu came. I tell you, don't think that you are celebrating. They're not celebrating. They have been jailed. That is it. More people will come. The issue is that we should be talking. How do we address these things that keep on coming and coming and come? Not here come here to tell me Satis is this, Satis is disorganized, insecurity in Satis. That's not what we are here. How do you address what is going on? Certain people will complain. I was in Owerri when Kulak was killed. I ran from Owerri to back to Lagos. I was in Owerri that period when Kulak was killed in a port road. Even my tire that came to do my electrical work from Lagos, the way the tire was beaten by the military people behind near Asanta Katrina Underbar. The boy spent a night under a bridge. He was beaten like a baby. All right. We know how satisfied worker was. So you're from Southwest. Now person where we are shoe don't know where they pay them. No person know where shoe. If the person we are shoe say this shoe is paying you, or it's not paying you. All right. None of us will tell you that Satis Nnamdi Kanu, as I said, 70% of Satiners are mourning for today. Most of us, after the death of our parents, this is another painful day of our life. We know what it is, know how sad it used to be. For you to come here and start thinking that we are all fools, everybody have madness in them. You can't sit in your comfort zone. I come to you, you're working from home. All right. You just come to online, say that okay, they are gathering again. Let me come and do this and do this and do that. And see their reaction. All right. Because we are being civil, we are being civil. Guy, madness, they appear in the different level. Let's be civils. I'm find a way to address these issues. To address these issues. We can't be in Western world. We can't be in Western world and begin to insult people anyhow I want to be. That's not it. You know, my brothers are my brothers. Believe me, my brothers. My family is in Lagos. All right. So I won't come here and tell you that Yoruba, because when Yoruba man did something wrong to me, I'll come here and tell Jagu, call everybody, you're all useless, you're this. I would direct my question to that person that is that. Okay, that's it. I won't direct everybody as a bad person. My larger in my company today, she's from Kwara State, 105 years. I still talking to today, to her today. I still talking to today. All right. So my first life I live, you might give it to me. Convert it's a long story, but what I tell you is this: when we come here, all right, let's be civil. No matter whatever Nnamdi Kanu did, it's that some people are hurt. It's paying some people, all right. When a madman that is a madman, kill him. His people will come out to say, "Why do you kill my? If you understand that, know that people are hurting. He won't come here and start discrediting people. He want to tell me he deserves more than that. If you kill a madman, you will know that he has people. Forget that he's been sentenced. Nnamdi Kanu being sentenced is better than some people out there. Him being sentenced better is something like 100% that people walking free in Nigeria. People living in Nigeria as it is, the world that nobody in Nigeria is free. It's like Nigeria is like being in prison. You don't know what tomorrow will be. You don't. It was.
Wow. All right. Networking. According to my. Okay, Jabun, you have been very patient.
Oh God, all of us have bad nights, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Jabun. You have been very patient. You followed all the development, but so please go ahead and make your input.
Okay, thank you very much, KJ, and my greetings to the panelists. You know, I don't know if you heard my earlier deposit, let me put it that way, in terms of what I thought about the whole situation.
In the afternoon,
rather dire. Yes. I found the whole scenario dire, well beneath par. The way the court was being read was awful. It was a really bad display of any level of professionalism, let alone law court in a country like Nigeria. It was quite shocking that lawyers have a behavioral pattern that is less than professional, less than normal. Not seeing that kind of patter in a law court anywhere in the world. When I look at myself, I feel I can't be in that court being judged by these people. These people are not my equals. They're just not my equals. How can I be judged by them? Ridiculous. As I said earlier, we in every family in Nigeria.
What sort of delusion is that?
Well, you can call it what you want, and you can shut up at the same time, because I didn't really interrupt you. All I asked you to do is to answer the question.
You interrupted me. You made me lose my train of thought, and I'm going to disturb you as well.
I didn't do that once. I didn't do that once, I'm afraid. I actually spoke for you to speak in order for me to hear your point of view, because I don't understand you. I need to hear your point of view to the end. That's me. But you don't know that. You don't know me. You don't know who I am, and you don't know which way I'm voting in any situation. So it's better for you to sit back, relax, and be educated, rather than just spouting nonsense. I will continue.
You're not gonna educate me. Sorry.
Well, remain a dumbass. Remain a dumbass. Therefore, remain a dumbass.
Moderator, you're hearing that? You see?
Of course, I'm speaking to you directly. You're speaking to me. You didn't need to speak to me. All you needed to do is listen.
I can call you names as well. That's why I'm calling the moderator to caution you.
You're a cunt. How about that?
Sam, calm down now.
Exactly. I will just go straight for the jugular, bro. I'm not here for
Sam, just play people's emotion.
It's not emotion. I'm calm.
Go on. You're sat in you're sat in one corner of your room in Lewisham. There, just go. I'm listening to you.
Yeah.
Come on, this Sam now. Come on, this Sam.
Don't let him come out. Don't let him come out. Let him continue.
Take him out.
My brother, if I can, it's my turn. I can handle small boys like this. Now, I'll continue. The way I looked upon that whole scenario, for me, it was less than a play school run. It was obvious to see that things were being read, and things were being read by those who did not write it. It was the level of stammering, the level of poor English, the level of nonsense. I was just looking at it. Now, I said to you, I didn't follow the whole scene from beginning to end. I looked on it here and there. And where I looked upon it, I saw the slow movement of everything. I saw the archaic goings on. And I felt that realistically, they're not going to be able to convince this guy for anything. That's what I thought in my mind. But then I have to understand the country that we're actually in. It's a country called Nigeria, where things don't work. Nothing works. Nothing works because we don't have a country. Nothing works because we don't have a constitution. Nothing works because the political class has turned the whole country into dumbwits that would accept anything. And that's what we have today. So given this scenario, I'm looking at the whole thing and I'm trying to work out what's going to happen to my country come the future. And when I say come the future, the near future, 2 to 5 years, that's what I'm thinking about. And in 2 to 5 years of this kind of shenanigans going on in the country, with all the positivity it has, and with the fact that the whole world is looking at Nigeria The whole world is, especially the greater powers, to see how they can manipulate Nigeria further. And I'm looking at this thing and saying, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. And then we have people like Sam wanted to squabble and scribble when we have real pertinent things to talk about. He's saying that he wishes somebody dead, whether they deserved it or not, whether it was a ruling that was justified or not. So that's another person with a mindset that is already corrupt. His mindset is corrupt. I'm wanting reasons for why you think like that. And that's why I was waiting patiently and listening. But what you did, unfortunately, you made extreme rulings as being valid in your mindset, and we're offering it to us who have read, who have better sense. You can't offer that to me, bro. You can't offer that to me. It's a pile of nonsense. And you weren't able to verify your nonsense. And that's what I was looking for. You think I was trying to shut you up? No, I was quiet. I was trying to understand you. And now I do understand you. I understand you. You're not even a bigot. You're just a damn fool. You're not even a bigot. You're not up to that level of actually constructively thinking why you hate somebody or why you hate a scenario. You haven't got to that point. You've only got to the point of, I hate because I like hating. Rubbish. Who wants to? Rubbish. Go and sit down somewhere. My feeling about this whole scenario, if I can, sorry, KJ, if I could just end like this. My feeling about this whole scenario is that every single Nigerian has seen that there is no justice in a country called Nigeria for any human being. If you're an individual in Nigeria fighting against this state, you're finished. There's no support for you. You're not going to get any common sense. You're not going to get any leniency. You're just going to be driven to the point that state wants to drive you to. And if that's fair for Nigeria, then fuck Nigeria. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say. I'm sorry to say like that. But that's the bottom line. What I looked at is injustice. Injustice on too many levels, and then to be pronounced to be given life, a life sentence. No, I'm not a fan of Nnamdi Kanu. As a Yoruba man, I've heard his rhetoric. I don't like it. I feel strongly, Nnamdi Kanu in front of me, me and him would have a deep conversation in which I would tear him into pieces. But that does not allow me to just say that his justice is worth nothing. I can't do that. I can't do that if I'm a human being. I can't do that. That you should just throw him away like he's not a human being. It can't be done. If he's guilty of anything, then that thing must be proven to the clarity of every human being in Nigeria to say that justice has been done. You can't be mucking around. Mucking around with what? With somebody's life. Do you know what life is? Can you create it? What's going on with everybody? Nigeria is making me sick. Nigeria as a country makes me sick to the bone. I don't know how anybody would want to say that they're Nigerian at this stage today. As I told you earlier, I lost my people 10 years ago. It is decency and the decent people that I meet around the world that give me some level of patience for human beings. Because we just like spouting lies, rubbish, filth into the air. We don't think. We don't like thinking. We just like to pronounce ourselves. To who? To who? I'm afraid I didn't grow up under that circumstance as a Yoruba man. I didn't grow up under that oppression. So I'm free. And I'm free to think more than say what I need to say. I'm free to think. I would end it there. Thank you, KJ.
Thank you so much, Jagun. Please, again, I'd like to say this. It's a very hotty, or rather, very hot topic. Let us try and maintain decorum. We want everyone to be heard. And so the more you don't get into insulting anybody, the better that we all can go along. Thank you so much. And every view is welcome. Have your say. So you can have your say respectfully, respecting other people's boundary. Thank you again. Yes, go ahead, Jefferson.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, good. Can you hear me? Very good. All right. So, of course, it's a very hightful day. Jagun, for once, I agree with you today. Thank you very much. You see, Jagun here, that's Mr. Sam, this goes to you. Me and Jagun don't agree on everything. I've had clashes with him, but for once, he's very logical because he knows where this thing is going. Not because I want to take sides or anything. And what do I mean? Yes, this problem of the Southeast didn't start today. There are a lot of timelines. The timelines before any of us here were even born of targeted killings and blackmail. And it has been on up to this day. Fine. When Nnamdi Kanu took over from Wazirike and the likes of Ojukwu, what was he talking about? Yes, let us see, let us have a country because of what? Injustice. There have been injustice, and it has been systematic. It's not today it started. The life of Samu Bakwe was the governor. I had to literally go and cry in the presence of the then head of state just to get allocation to do meaningful development in the then Imo state. There are a lot of receipts to it. It's not a small topic. And of course, you don't need a suicide to know that the hate has always been there, even up to now. So what are we supposed to do as a country? A president has come in and come out, and every time when they see all these things, nobody is bothered to come to the drawing table to have a reasonable discussion. How be it in the same country where you have the likes of Gumi and Co, they do whatever they like, people are killing people, and then someone says he's a spokesman, and then they're all forgiven. But yeah, someone is, because he's speaking about a cause, you now okay, because of what he said, he's being tried. And then you talk about, oh, people are being killed in the Southeast. For your information, most of all those killings that were framed on IPOB was done by the state. And unfortunately, most of them were all triggered through the governors. They did all that. Or maybe you don't know, but it is a fact. And even most of those governors are aware. All these things is a game, but people don't seem to understand. Where is this thing going to now? We don't know where this is going to head. You know, it's a very heightened and emotional time. You know, even some people who are Igbos love that this guy is being prosecuted, which is fine. Everybody's entitled to their views. But I want to ask a question. Will it change anything? Is it going to change the actual issue that is on ground? No, it won't change Jack. I said this Jago that is here. I know Jago, me and Jago have a stake, but at least for his objectivity, Jago, I give you 5. I salute you today for what you said. Yes, I'm not saying for anything. It's because we are looking at the front of the matter. Even the judicial judgings, the proceedings was very, very sketchy. Why did they not do video coverage of the whole thing from the beginning? If they ought to be if they wanted to be transparent, they were not doing that. It's not on the last day when they want to prosecute it. They now say, "Oh, let it be. Let everybody see the proceedings." We're not fools now. We need what got transpired in the court. If they had done the video coverage of all the proceedings, you would have known that there was an issue. How many judges did they have to change before they now got to this situation? How many? Can't you see the handwriting on the wall? If the judges were so fantastic, if they had it all, they knew what to do. Why didn't they judge this matter since? But there's always been politics. The whole thing was highly politicized. Is it the way he was brought into the country? How he was kidnapped into the country? Is that thing right too? Is that how a country should be run? You know? Okay, fine. His approach was dangerous, or he did whatever. But he's not the one that started the problem in the Southeast. Let's just tell ourselves the truth. Yes, I can agree with you that most people who are Igbos, who are from the Southeast, you know that it's just like even in the Southwest and any part of the country. We have people who will betray their own trust just because they want to align in the center or align internationally. So it's the same thing. It's the same thing all over. You know, they are now accusing him that, oh, he's trying to ferment trouble. But guess what? Or he didn't want to align with the elites, the political elites and the leaders of the Southeast. But guess what? How are you so sure? Don't you think there have been discussion upon discussion? But guess what? Because of interest, most people didn't want to be interested in discussing nothing. Because they feel that it will affect their own ego. It's going to affect what they are getting. It's just like in the whole world today. We all know that the black people has a universal problem. And what is the problem? We're all facing racism. If it's not in America, it's in Canada, and all over the world. But guess what? There are still some black people who, because of what they are enjoying, they don't mind trampling on other fellow people. Or is it not? It's happening in the same continent here. It's the same thing in different spices. If Nigeria is so fantastically great, why are most people running off to get greener pasture from their homeland and failing to address the major issue that is on ground? As it is now, the whole world is looking at us. I'm not saying now that, of course, it's not as if the whole world they have the best of standard, but there are some things we can do for ourselves. Now, someone was making mention of, someone is trying to disrupt the administration to progress. Nobody's holding nobody. I watched late Yaradua when he was president, the way he spoke. He is one president I respect. You want to know why? Because he knew that he needed to unite the country and make the country progressive and stop issues. Is it Niger Delta? He knew what was happening in Niger Delta. He settled it. Is it the issue of Boko Haram? He settled it at the time. Not 100%, but he tried to stop all those issues that were there. But was trying to make sure that everybody has a united, a country that is inclusive.
Okay, can you round up?
Sorry, let me conclude. Nobody is stopping nobody from giving good governance. This thing is objective. And it's very simple. People don't know that, look, there's a way a leader will carry out his own activities, his own affairs, that if he carries everyone along and make sure they resolve the root cause of what is happening in the nation today, most perceived enemies will turn friends and vice versa. It's very simple logic. But instead of us to concentrate on that, we are always looking into the divisiveness. Then I will conclude that by saying this: the issue of NSAS and everything, end background and everything, it's so surprising they now say it's IPOB that caused it. And I'm like, from where? People were killed. No, people were killed and people got upset. And all of a sudden, just because they want to, and up to today, the people have not gotten justice.
Okay, thank you.
Much more.
To move.
So where are we going with all of this? So
thank you.
Sorry, I'll finish now. I will finish now. Sorry. So my question goes to this: what is next? Where are we heading? It's not enough to just say, this guy is the one is inciting people. Oh yeah, let's shut him up. Thinking that will go to end it. It will end nothing. As far as this hatred,
negotiate
this.
All right.
Thank you. We need to move on.
Go nowhere.
Thank you.
I my case.
Thank you so much. Yes. What's wrong with your audio, sir?
Can you sure? Can you guys hear me?
No, it's
can you guys hear me?
So can you remove your mic and do it again? Are you using a earpiece?
Check if you have another mic. If you have another mic, you can use that.
Two mics there. Put off one.
Okay. What about still no signal?
No, it's still not good.
Still okay.
Please go to another person. It's already night here.
Okay. We'll come back to you. Check to be sure that you don't have two browsers. Check to be sure you don't have two browsers open. Two browsers, two different browsers open on the same channel.
Okay, you have been.
Maybe you should go to another person when you get
Okay. We are all victims. Can you go ahead, sir?
Greetings, all.
Greeting to you, sir.
Yeah, my respect to everybody. Thank you, KJ, for anchoring it again this evening. Like I said in the afternoon, I think what happened today was a miscarriage of justice. You know, I'm one of the people who have earlier said that I would want the government to pretend as if justice is being done. You understand? But hearing the man that delivered judgment today, I can see the hand of Esau. Is it the hand of Jacob? The hand of Esau in Jacob's body. Because it's only in Nigeria that, why are we even surprised? In Nigeria that we've seen a judgment being read and is being transmitted. When it's being transmitted, it's different from what was read. It tells you that most times it's not really the person that read judgment that actually wrote the judgment. You actually told, they work from the end, the outcome they want. They work it backwards. You understand? It has happened. But the only thing I will advise people is this. You should not, you don't have to love Nnamdi Kanu. It's not about him. For me, it's not about him. It's about, are you really convinced in your conscience, in all honesty, that even if this man is as guilty as charged, that the process was actually transparent as it's supposed to be? That is the question. You being honest to ask yourself, assuming that this man in question today had a different name attached to him as a human being, the outcome would have been the same. Those are the issues. And if you cannot answer those questions, and you are just rejoicing for whatever reason that he insults people, of course I don't like when he insults people. That he doesn't respect people, of course I don't like it. But is that enough reason to ask for his head? Is that enough reason? I don't think it's enough reason. Hate him as you may. You don't have to love him. But that's not enough reason. He said something. Yeah. You attributed what happened afterwards to him. Fine and good. That's your own judgment. But we live in the same country when the Benue government passed anti-grazing law. And the chairman of the Metiala said that except if you reverse that law, if you don't reverse that law, that we're going to bring mayhem to you people. And it wasn't an empty threat. It's still ravaging the state up to today. And because you now said, okay, this one made a broadcast. Man, we can be better than this. We can. Recently, I heard one man that said that Nigeria has a Igbo problem. And for some of you that are celebrating Nnamdi Kanu's conviction, I've not heard you condemn what the man said, what the pastor said. You've not condemned it. Yeah. Maybe if that man is from a different part of the country, by now maybe DSS would have invited him, accusing him of inciting violence. I hope you know what I'm talking about. The pastor that talked about Nigeria having Igbo problem. So that is the country we have built for ourselves. Listen, my brother, the Southeast people, the Southeasterners, if they have a problem, they know if there is a human being that is their problem among them, they know who the person is. And 99% of them will tell you that Nnamdi Kanu is not their problem. That is not the cause of their problem. 99%.
Guess what?
They will tell you that that man is not the cause of their problem. And he's not their problem. That whatever security challenges that they are having now, or they've had before, that is not the cause. But to the elites, the political elites, he's their problem. So I think he's a victim of Nigerian big manism factor. So he offended some people through maybe what you said, that people that don't like the way he talked, people he insulted, people that felt that he insulted them. But he did not offend the core people of the Southeast, the people themselves. He's not their problem. They know who their problem, they know who among them that is actually their problem. So if you think you are doing it, you're convicting because and it means that you are giving the people of Southeast justice. Why is it not being celebrated? Why is the conviction not being celebrated in the Southeast?
But what kind of logic is that? You're saying that the people of Southeast are not worried about what he's been doing, yet it's rubbing off on the country at the same time. What kind of logic is that?
Is he rubbing off on the country or rubbing off on the Southeast? Who is he actually terrorizing? That's my question.
Is the Southeast in Benin Republic or Nigeria?
Are you from Southeast?
It doesn't matter. I'm Nigerian.
I just asked you a question. You're not from Southeast.
I'm from the Southwest. I'm a stakeholder in this country too.
Listen. We're talking about Southeast. If it's a problem, no, listen. I know. I'm not saying you can't comment on it. Just listen to me. You are not from Southeast. I'm saying that if he is the problem to the Southeast, that the Southeast will tell you. If he's our problem and he's convicted today, we'll celebrate it. Trust the Southeasterners. There is somebody among us that would have the same faith that before him today. People will celebrate it on the street.
Do you understand that, Sam?
He's not our problem. That's what I'm telling you.
You don't need to force him to understand. Everybody is entitled to their own sentiments.
Maybe it's your problem. That's why you feel like, okay, yeah, I'm a Nigerian. Because I'm a Nigerian, he's a bad person. Justice has been served. People of Southeast, come, let us rejoice. But we are telling you, he's not our problem. He's not. He's not. You can take it to the bank. Some people have given you timelines of certain things that have happened in the Southeast since 2015. But you wouldn't want to listen to them. People
No,
that
not victim. Beyond
where it pinches them.
We're all victims beyond 2015.
To be honest, what you're saying really flies in the face of logic. It stands logic on its head, to be honest.
You
will never understand because you don't know the part of the war that happened to us. You never knew.
Listen,
what happened to you? Why are you guys? This is what I was saying the other time. What happened to you guys? Every part of Nigeria is marginalized. Stop.
Allow me to talk, please. Allow me to talk.
I can give you
Gentlemen, Jefferson, you have no, I didn't call you to interject. Allow him to speak.
This card is not going to work on me. Not this evening. Everybody is marginalized. That's your business.
That is your go-to cry. That is what you always cry about. Everybody is marginalized in Nigeria, not you alone.
Okay, Sam, I'm going to take you out now. Let him speak. When you have your time, you speak.
If you want to talk about your say that you are marginalized. If you don't want to talk about it and I decided to say that I'm marginalized, why would you begin to throw me and tell me everybody's marginalized? If I'm marginalized, does it remove the fact that everybody is marginalized? So I shouldn't say, whenever I want to say it, I should just say everybody in Nigeria is marginalized. Would that make you happy? But I don't want to speak for everybody. I want to speak for myself. And I've not said you should not speak for yourself. That's the issue. I don't like this kind of narrative. Some people said they're killing them, they're Christians. You tell them to shut up. Everybody is being killed. Does it make sense?
Exactly. He doesn't know what it feels like.
When he said he's being killed because he's a Christian, if you feel that you are being killed because you're a Muslim, when he said his own, he said, okay, wow. I thought it's only me that's being killed, Sefo. I'm also being killed because I'm a Muslim. If they're killing you because you're a Muslim, come out and say it. Why would you kill the one that? Why would you crucify the one that is saying I'm being killed because I'm a Christian? So if I say I'm being marginalized because I'm an Igbo man, if you feel that you are being marginalized because you are an Ijaw person, why don't you just say your own? We might all make your own to be false. No, two things can be true at the same time. But when we want to play down people's pains, it's always convenient for us to say, it's not only you. Is it only you? That's not fair.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your patience and your, you have been there for long. You didn't say anything. Thank you. You have 1 minute to conclude if you need to say something else.
Yeah. In summary, I just want to say that I believe that it is easy for the government, in quotes, to make people to believe in their country. You said something that is very, very instructive. I heard you before I joined the panel. He said that things are being perpetrated to bring down somebody's government. And maybe that is the reason why you've taken some positions that you took. You don't own this government more than any other person. If the government should function the way it's supposed to function, it should not be more of your problem that people want to bring down the government, more than it should be another person's problem. But if it is, it means that the government is not actually living up to expectation. If the government is living up to expectation, if there are people that want to bring down the government, everybody should be concerned that people want to bring down the government. But unfortunately, I don't even know there's a government, except when this kind of miscarriage of justice happens. So the government still have effect on our lives, whether we believe it is exist or not. But that's what has happened today. But it's quite unfortunate. Maybe the same thing you said, that may be what people that supported Goodluck Jonathan may say during his own time. When Buhari was there, maybe he will also say people are bringing insecurity to bring down his government. But does it mean that the person that is in power today cannot put an end to what is going on in Nigeria? And the argument I always hear is that he's not the one that started it. Was he the one that started fuel subsidy? Didn't he remove it and put an end to it? So why can't he put an end to the insecurity in the country presently? Or why can't he, in fact, put in 100% effort so that people can be convinced that he's actually doing something about it, instead of living in denial?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I want to say something here. Somebody just triggered my... let me tell you how this thing works. They were choosing to pardon some people in Nigeria. They went and brought Nnamdi Azikiwe, who was an editor of the Pilot in Ghana in 1845 or thereabout, and pardoned him and said, we are giving you granting pardon for the sentencing which you got in that time for writing against the colonial government. Now, Nnamdi Kanu, at the time that happened in Ghana, went to this, appeal the case and got a acquittal. He won the case at the appeal, so that didn't even stand. But now, 2015,
I think you may be getting your timeline mixed up.
Okay,
did you say 1845?
No, not 18. About 1945 or thereabout. Sometimes. Sorry, not 18, not 19 something. Okay, when he was writing for the Pilot, the Pilot started in Ghana, and then he won the appeal, and then shortly after that he returned back to Nigeria. Now, 2025, the Nigerian government comes and say we are pardoning Nnamdi Azikiwe. My question now be, if you needed to pardon somebody, is it somebody who already got his case trashed and thrown out? What's the reason? Because not even the same dispensation, it's not the same government, it's not the same period. But you just want to have a semblance of there's somebody in Igbo land that you want to pardon. That's the Igbos also got their own fair share because Nnamdi Azikiwe is in the list. And I'm so upset with the Nnamdi Azikiwe's children. None of them ever came out to say, no, this is rubbish. Okay, except for Habad Makoli's people who came and say, you can't put our father within those criminals, which I totally appreciate. You can't put them together; they're not in the same class. Okay. Now, having said that, fast forward, Now, Nigerian government sends a delegation to London to go and plead for the return of Ekweremadu. The whole of the Southeast is telling you, release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But you want to show that you are also being fair. You go to London to begin to plead for a man who is convicted under a crime that was totally adjudicated properly and everything was done transparently. Listen, no Igbo man who will say he wants you to negate justice, or because it is Nnamdi Kanu that is in the process. No, we are simply saying the process is not fair, and I'll give you many reasons, especially for those who still have some doubt. One, he never had the access to his lawyers. The first charge that was presented. The first charge that was, no, sorry, Sam, relax. The first charge that was presented, among the charge, one of them was that he was using Radio Biafra to perpetuate, terrorism. When the lawyers went to discuss with him in his cell, and in that process, Nnamdi Kanu asked them, but why the location? The location is London. And based on the fact that the location is London, that will not stand in Nigerian court. And because they bugged the rooms where he was, that was taken, and the next time when they appeared in court, before the judge, his lawyer could even present that, they brought a fresh sheet, having removed London from that charge. So that is why today the case, you see, that's what one of the things that the lawyer was saying. You say somebody was broadcasting, where is the location of it? You couldn't pin it down to one place where that broadcast was made from. Okay, because if you pin it in London, it will not stand in Nigeria. Now, having said that, the judge, Binta Nyako, issued many orders that should move from the DSS dungeon to the prisons and facilities. They refused till this day. They refused to obey that court order. The judge and even Omotosho, who also didn't do anything to that order that was given numerous times. Now, the DSS operative, one of them was attacking him physically. That same person tried to attack him again in the same court. If you follow the procedure without bias, you'll have heard him say, you have been the one attacking me. You want to attack me again in this court? This is the same thing that has been going on. The judge has never once will say, oh, why are people doing this to him? Even when the last time he came to court, he told the judge, I've been trying to file a case, get documents. They refuse for me to do it. The judge didn't caution. The judge didn't say, okay, move in from there. The judge say, you know what? Since they are stopping you, or you have 3 hours with your lawyers inside my chamber. I mean, with your lawyers, good people should go and discuss my chamber. How is that? How it's done for an accused person who you want to put to death? That's the way you think.
AJ, this is revisionism. What you're doing, this is revisionism. These things you're talking about just happened less than 2-3 weeks ago. Oh no, that's not fair.
I'm trying to hold myself not to remove you from this thing.
Yeah.
I'm talking about something that is out there in the press. I wasn't there. It's in the press. If you have been following the case that you claim, you should know this. Okay? It was in the press. The Nigerian press, that's why we reported it. Okay? Now, having said, I'm coming. I want to trace this thing. Having said that, in the same charge sheet for which the judge was quoting today, the Supreme Court, for which they are relying on to say his rendition was invalid, said the charges in this thing, it is not correct. It's there in the judgment. Say you should remove this, you should change it. It's not correct. The Supreme Court still said, you know what, you people did wrong by not giving this man bail. Take him back and reinstate his bail. They refused to obey that. Okay? Why did Nnamdi Kanu sack his lawyers? Because they couldn't even meet all the time. There was no need. Somebody who is going for a case and you give him 3 hours every day every once to come and meet in your chambers. Is that the way it's done for other people? Okay? Is the man already a convicted person? I thought that an innocent person is given all the privileges because he's still innocent until proven guilty. Is that not how the law works? Does it work upside down because he's somebody else? Is there any other person who have gotten this kind of treatment in Nigeria? Now, fast forward. Some weeks ago, I still have the videos because me and they talk with facts, and that's how I'm trained. Some days ago, we saw the chairman of local government meeting with bandits, attending birthday parties of their listing and snapping selfies. We saw the bandits counting their money, taking pictures and putting on the internet. Nobody ever traced them
Of
to
course,
go
some
and
things like that.
okay. But those people who are in their stores, when they post something that is not this thing, we quickly get it. The DSS move immediately to go there and do what? And get them and lock them up. So the question is, just like many of us have spoken, is the justice seeing who is there and adjusting? Now, finally, the comparison of the guy who is a mastermind of one of the terrorist organizations groups who have done a lot of things, he got 20 years imprisonment. 20 years. The person who you are accused of being the one who you could not produce one witness that could say, because of this man's broadcast, my brother, or my sister, or myself, I carried out this act. You gave him life imprisonment. If it was so easy, why did it take the Nigerian state 10 years, 10 cool years to get to this point? Are you saying, Mr. Sam and the rest of the people who have the different view, that what you heard the judge read today, to you, pass as a judgment for 10 years? Even, look, I know I'm not the best of English speaker, but what I heard this guy speak and what he was saying, I wonder, just like Jagun said, how much of law is being taught in Nigeria? Because if a judge is able to say what he said,
Can
you
I
are even
interrupt,
looking.
please?
No, you can't. You are even looking for where to bring in information from. Okay? Because some of the things he presented is not part of the charge sheet.
No
but he was able. All right. Having said that, that's just my rant. Let me leave Uzo to make up. We'll come to you very soon. But I just let Uzo speak, then I'll come to you.
I just want to
let Mr. Obra speak for me. Mr. Obra, please.
Okay, Okpara speak. But if Okpara, then I'll let. Okay, go ahead.
You know what we are doing here. Nobody is against anybody who is or who has committed crime against the society or against a fellow human being. What we are talking about here is justice. There is a guy called Bello Bodiju. That is the leader of Mieti Allah. You know that Makban, Mieti Allah, they have two factions. There is one that is a bit little political, but there's a militant one. This one, Bello Bodijo, immediately Tinubu became the president of Nigeria. He arrested him and put him in a prison. The DSS arrested him and put him in a prison. That was the same guy who was terrorizing governor of Benue State, Tom Samaloton. He was the guy who said that there would never be a grazing, ranching in Benue State. He was the guy who told Governor Samaloton that he was lucky that bullet didn't catch him. This guy was arrested. He spent 2 months in detention and he was released. This guy created a militia group in Nasarawa State, gave them weapons, paraded them on the street of Kefi and Lafia. That was what triggered Tinubu to ask for his arrest. He was arrested and detained for 2 months and released. He was also charged for treason or terrorism, but everything was quashed and he was released. That was last year. So so when we talk about this thing, we talk about justice and equity. If the same guy that has been terrorizing Nigeria, and God knows how many people they have dealt with in Middle Belt and in Enugu State and Benue State and in Yoruba land. This was why the Yoruba people created Amoteku, because these people have been terrorizing Yoruba land. They are not only terrorizing, they have been killing Yorubas. in their hundreds. And then when Sunday Igboho rose up and said enough is enough, he created his own group. But being Yorubas, being people that are more organized somehow politically, their governors rushed and created Omoteku. Even when they were creating that Omoteku, Malami, who was then their Attorney General, refused that they will never have it. It was the late governor of Ondo State who said we must have it. He fought, in fact, he organized Yoruba people, they fought and got that Amoteku. And today, Yoruba land is a little bit peaceful. Last week, you saw Gani Adams. He rallied around Yoruba people. He said, look, enough is enough. That if we don't secure our land, that we are surrendered by the Fulanis, by the militias, by the Janjaweeds, not by the Igbos, not by IPOB. This thing happened last week by Gani Adams. He's begging the Yoruba people, the Yoruba Obas to support him to secure Yoruba land from these people. We saw what is happening in Kwara State as we speak. Then somebody is coming and telling me that Nnamdi Kanu did this, did that. But the people who are terrorizing Nigerians, nobody's talking about them. They are being celebrated, they are being romanced with, they are being dined with. Even some of them, last time, one of them was given turban, and the police and DSS were there. In the same Nigeria, you are sentencing Nnamdi Kanu for broadcasting something, for life. Few months ago, a cleric, a Fulani cleric, called for killing of Remi Tinubu, that is a infidel. That how can Tinubu is not a really Muslim? Why should his wife be a pastor? That man is still living today. Nobody arrested him. This thing happened few months ago in Nigeria. Then you talk about somebody who just spoke, do this, do that on radio. You didn't catch him with when you caught them. When you caught him, you didn't catch him with anything, any dangerous weapon. So when we look, let me tell you, even the 5 years Nnamdi Kanu spend there, it's enough to say, okay, you have done it and go, or we're adding maybe 2 or 3 years on this and you go. Why life imprisonment? Look at this guy. Look at what the prosecutor said today. That prosecutor is an elderly man. I don't want to be abusive, because at his age, he must have at least grandchildren. He said that today that insecurity and suppression in the south have ended today because they have because they have imprisoned Nnamdi Kanu. Tell me how Nnamdi Kanu was causing trouble in the southwest or in the south. Tell me. Because of this bias. Look, let me tell you, one thing I like Fulani is they are very smart in politics. They have pushed this thing to Yoruba versus Igbo. And I hope that our Yoruba friends should know this thing. They have washed their hands from Nnamdi Kanu's case. Now it is Yoruba and Igbo. Because these people are very clever. They know that any day that Yorubas and Igbos come together, that the so-called northern Nigeria, the so-called the most populated area in Nigeria, they will never. In fact, they will say goodbye to power. They are having power today because Yorubas and Igbos are having this disunity, and that is what they are making sure that it continues. They have washed out their hands from Nnamdi Kanu case. So anything that happens to Nnamdi Kanu now is between Yoruba and Igbo, which is very unfortunate. Nnamdi Kanu said something that were not good.
Are we being lectured? People are waiting.
No, excuse me. Yeah, I'm finishing. But what I'm trying to tell you is that if you want to, condemn Nnamdi Kanu, start from the beginning, where it started, not where not from when it was ended. Start from the beginning. From the beginning, Nnamdi Kanu was never, he didn't carry gun from the beginning, even to the last, he never carried gun. In the whole, let me tell you, even Okorocha was Imo State governor. Okorocha was allowing them to do their parade and go, until most of them came.
Okay.
Until Osodema came. So what I'm telling you that what happened to Nnamdi Kanu today was an injustice, and I believe that is not the end of it. And anybody expecting Igbo people now to start cleaning ourselves, but no. We have gone this way. Nnamdi Kanu has done his job. Nnamdi Kanu has opened the mind of both young and old. He has finished his job. It is left for other people now. It is left also to continue for our liberation, whether total separation or confederation. But one thing that it is not going to continue like this. Thank you, and good night from here.
Thank you so much, Mazi. And yeah, Mazi.
Okay, it's my turn now. Because we need to go there. Let me continue from where Mazi stopped. Nnamdi Kanu has done its job, and he has gone to prison. And I assure you that he being in prison, for some people in their generation, he will really be better than them. If he's in prison. For that generation, he's better than them in prison. He has done the job, and with the Igbos, we are proud of him. I'm proud of him. He have come, he have fight, he have conquered. Somebody else will continue. If not today, if it's tomorrow, if not tomorrow, next day, somebody else will come. And that person also continue. So that's how life is. Secondly, if we are looking for, what we're looking for here is justice and peace. All of us here know that all the conviction they convicted Nnamdi Kanu today, if Nigeria government start convicting people the way they convict Nnamdi Kanu, Nigeria will be clean. Nigeria will be a safe place for people to live, because all the conviction, everybody does that daily basis. Even from the custom to the where we talk, how we treat, the threat of life to people, how we do. Past election was the past election was an example. Past election was an example. We see what happened in past election. People, some people make utterances, make comment. People come out and matched people. It's nothing. All right. So for me, if the way Nnamdi Kanu case was done today, if Nigeria continue in such way and dealing with issues, then Nigeria will be a safe haven for everyone to live. But my point, my concern is this: if he said do Peter the same way you do to Paul. Don't give Paul to Agwalomo and give Peter seed of Agwalomo. Give to them Agwalomo. Let everybody share the same thing. Don't convict Nnamdi Kanu for making a broadcast, for bringing in illegal transmission without going through the customs clearance and everything. For all of us here, even Sam goes to Nigeria, have declare no cash and they carry cash to Nigeria. That is almost like the same thing we are talking here. Here, everybody is being convinced the way nobody Nigeria will say heaven. Some people go, that's just the fact. Yeah, Nnamdi Kanu have done. You have fight. He has done whatever he want to do. Fight the race. The Igbo people, the Igbo community, the Ohanese, we are part of him. The Igbo community, United States, Canada, all over the world, we are part of him. And the life continue. We keep on fighting for our own liberation. We know what we fight. It's not only Nnamdi Kanu is in prison. It's over millions of Igbos are in prison because most people benefited, their villages and their town were safe. I can go home today and sleep without me waking up, running from outside people in my hometown. Nnamdi Kanu was the cause. He may say he has done this, he has done that. He has done the bad things. He didn't say the good things he have done also. As president, he didn't say the good things that we from the Southeast, we are telling you the good things he has done. So for most of us here now, going back to the village, going to our hometown, not having meeting every Saturday for continuous 8 months, discussing how it's going to bring peace, stability to
to our region. We don't have that anymore. All thanks to Nnamdi Kanu. Especially we in abroad. I know how much I contributed every daily basis for security, for cutlass, for touch, for help, for whatever, to make sure that there is peace in Southeast, all the way to Nnamdi Kanu. But right now, some people are using that, okay, he did this, do that. Good. They say, okay, if he can treat Nnamdi Kanu like this, I hope he also treat others like this. Where are we problem? When you don't treat others the way you treat Nnamdi Kanu, then you are shouting, in one piece, in one this one. We are not going to fight. People are not going to fight. We are not going to make any riot or anything. But the Igbos are proud. The Igbos are proud. Yeah, it pains, but we are proud that he fought. He did not betray. He did not betray the Biafrans. He did not. He did not succumb. He did not come to the whole court and tell them I'm not a Biafran. He stand and fight like a warrior to the last end. To the last end, he fought, and with Igbo, we are proud of him. Anywhere he is, we are proud of him. Yes, he's praying, but we are proud of him. Someone else will continue the mountain and going to go on. So that's my order. But I urge Nigeria, I ask everybody, let's use the same acts used in judging this case and start judging every other case that comes on the line. So let's not to change the ass. Let him continue so that Nigeria can be peaceful. That's just my point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And for those who say, they're happy for the Southeast, Igbos are not happy and they're not celebrating, just like he has said. Nobody, the Southeast is like cold water, and I see a lot of misquotations on the media. Like now, somebody is sharing a post saying, Nnamdi Kanu said to the judge, God will punish you. No, I followed the proceeding. He never spoke to the judge. It was on his way out. He turned to the elderly man who was representing the Nigerian state and said to him, and you know what the truth is, and you are doing what you are doing, and you are an elderly man, God will punish you. So he wasn't speaking to the judge at all. But you see, and another publication say Nnamdi Kanu punched the judge. This is the thing that which is one of the things why he when he's talking about the media, he talks so much about the media, because majority of them write what they want to write just to boost their, So where did Nnamdi Kanu get to punch the judge? But the one that he was showing the court that this is the guy who have been gathering to beat me in the cell. Nobody did anything about it. Nobody even asked.
Some people are still waiting. Let them speak now.
No, Sam, you are now, honestly, my patience has now run out. Really, I'm serious. I'm the one moderating this show. I'll let you know.
So you want to remove me now, yeah?
Hey man,
if you remove, what will happen if you remove you?
You're touching the wrong button right now. Please relax. All right. So that's the ones the complaints has made about not having access to his lawyers, not being able to even prepare for himself because they're not giving him the opportunity. The judge never said anything about it. And finally, today of all days, he said he wanted to do his final submission. He wanted to read out, you close your case. He wanted to do his presentation. The judge said, no, you can't do that. But you're supposed to do that. That's the process. He said, no, you can't do that because you know why? There was the press. The press now, they invited the television and every other person to be in that court. So if Nnamdi Kanu had read what he perceived to be the injustice done to him, then the whole world will hear it. So the best thing to do, just like they did to Peter Obi and all the people who went to court, the Supreme Court, they refused them to lay down their evidence. At the end, the judge said, you people didn't even bring any evidence. They refused it. For it to be submitted. And if you don't submit it, it cannot be mentioned at the end of the day. So that's exactly what played out today. He said, no, you cannot do your final submission. Okay? And so that was what infuriated Nnamdi Kanu to say, but I have the right to do my final submission. I don't have I'm representing myself. So I have the right to speak on my behalf for myself. He said, no. Remember, when he was trying to close his case, he submitted this, and the judge said he's not collecting any submission. So right now, he didn't collect any submission. So if the case is case is going forward, the bad thing about it is that you don't have any document submitted by Nnamdi Kanu that can stand in his place because the judge refused to accept them in evidence. And somebody still tells me this is fair. Even if you don't like the man, please let your heart know that there's another person breathing air like you have, the same blood that you have.
We don't care about heartless people. Whoever wants to be heartless, keep on being heartless.
I don't want to go ahead to
served cold.
I don't even know who's speaking again. All right. Yes. So where are we? Who is
Two Ninja is next. Two Ninja.
Yeah,
no. Did you come before comparable facts?
Oh yeah, definitely.
All right, go ahead and speak.
This is all funny. I think at this point, this is like trying to scoop up spilled milk from the floor. Everything I've been coming in and out. I heard people. Well, at least I made sure I listened to my guy Jagan. That was what I listened to. Then he started flipping out. But I listened to Jagan. While I agree with you, Jagan, that it was kind of abysmal, and I've been complaining about this. They sounded really uneducated. I was kind of disappointed. But that said, the law is still the law. And what we have to focus on is if the law was broken. And if you guys on here truly love Nnamdi Kanu, I don't know if, and I believe the things we're saying are actually being listened to. It is obvious because you listen to certain things they said, certain positions the prosecution took, certain examples he gave, certain case laws he referenced. I even saw because I didn't watch it live. I was just in between breaks. I'll sit down and look at bits and pieces on the internet. And I see they even referenced this show, they referenced a show an interview that Rudolph had. Now, after that has been said, I think this is not the time for us to be making, or for those that really, and let me before I go on. I think we need to be empathetic. As much as I'm a stickler for the law, and I'm a stickler for law and order, we also have to recognize that there are certain people that are hurting. That said, we also have to remember that there are people that were victims of his organization. So at this point, we just have to be real with ourselves. Lies are not going to take anybody anywhere. Making up fallacies and making up fantasies are not going to take anybody anywhere. That said, the law is the law. Was the law violated? Was the proper sentence carried out? I'm seeing here, people are blaming, there was a guy, Husseini Ismaila, an ISWAP commander, he got 20 years. This is the same show people would come on and say, people are not getting convicted. ISWAP people are not getting arrested. Nobody's getting arrested from Boko Haram. He got 20 years. Now, if you're not happy with it, maybe this is the time. Especially like those clowns that hovered around Nnamdi Kanu like vultures, looking for airtime, coming in for the terrorists, doing nothing, obviously advised him wrong. Maybe this is the time for people to push for certain reforms. If you want the same kind of sentencing regardless of the jurisdiction, if you want the same sentencing for the same crime committed, maybe it is time. For example, in the United States, I'll give you an example. Here in the United States, we have what we call the federal sentencing guidelines. And the federal sentencing guidelines, which of course now they say it is advisory, it's no more mandatory. But what the federal sentencing guidelines does, and I've referenced this before, I know usually maybe some of the things I say are not understandable.
Hold on, sorry, I have to stop you right there. Don't give us example of the United States. The United States is a more perfect union. Let's go there. Just talk about what's happening in Nigeria. Because giving us example of example of United States is always taking it too far. We're not even close to half to be referred to what goes on in the United States. So let's just leave it there and talk about Nigeria's situation. That's where we are, because those examples are giving us will never work in Nigeria. It's not going to work. We are dealing with unequal variables. All right, where a particular set of people are lower than other people. So don't go there. Just talk on the Nigerian issue. That's what we're here. Don't move away from the topic. Just deal with the issue.
So again, to that, you are saying that you are talking about that the law is the law. I want to ask you a question, Mr. Brain Cell.
No, ask me a question, please. Don't throw me off. Let me finish, please. Okay, I know. Please. With all due respect, can I please continue, please?
Allow him to finish. Please.
AJ, can you put us on time, man, so everybody can have their rounds now?
I want to ask you. Answer the question, or think about it.
What was your question?
Yeah,
hold on.
KJ, put us on time, like Sam said, please.
Hold on.
Jefferson. It's a simple question. Who in this scenario that we are in now? In this case,
it's always this is what.
Can't you guys hear me? Hold on. Okay, so Jagu, sorry, I said Jagu. Two Nigerians, one brain cell. You have 3 minutes to round up. 3 minutes. Starting now.
This is what you guys have to learn something. You have to learn to listen to people. Just don't hear them. If you go back and rewind what I was saying before I was rudely interrupted, I said, if you are not happy with the sentence Nnamdi Kanu got today, vis-a-vis the one the ISWAP commander got 2 days ago, maybe this is the time to push for reforms in the judicial system. But because you guys are so emotional and you hate to listen and you hate dissenting opinions,
are you sure
I start getting boxed. There you go again.
No.
You cannot control your emotion like a woman. So listen to, you know what, give it to the next person, because you're not going to let me speak.
No,
I don't understand what is going on. Is it, you cannot interrupt me if I am making a neutral statement and I am bringing up suggestions. You cannot keep interrupting because you cannot control your emotions. Listen to the person, what they're saying. I have not said anything antagonistic. I have not said anything insulting. In fact, I led by saying we need to be empathetic.
Neither did I. If you claim you listen, you will have
Jefferson, if you keep interrupting,
no.
If you keep interrupting, I'll move you out. And that goes for every other person now. If you interrupt without me calling you, I'll take you out. My patient has totally gone to the roof right now. Mr. 2 Nigerians, 1 brain cell. You have 2 minutes to conclude.
And I'm telling you, I led by saying we need to be empathetic because there are people that are hurting. And I believe the whole country is hurting on both sections, on either side of the divide. But it is imperative for us to still follow the law. At least an ISWAP commander got convicted. Nnamdi Kanu got convicted. You might not be happy with it. Others might not be happy with it. But if you're not happy with it, then the next step is to try to figure out how to get your man out of incarceration. These are the steps you need to take. Now you have to figure out, how do we advise? And I was saying, well, maybe our words might not get to them, but I believe they do. Because there were certain statements and certain things that happened that shows that this show is being listened to. So maybe those clowns, like I was saying before you guys started interrupting me, maybe those clowns that were hovering over him like vultures for the theatrics, maybe they can go make themselves useful and push for something like we have in the United States, which is, before KJ started interrupting, and this is why I say you guys try to listen, we have what is called the federal sentencing guidelines. At this point, at least in the federal system, what the federal sentencing guidelines ensures is that based on your criminal history and your whatever you were arrested for, regardless of which jurisdiction, which circuit you were arrested in, it is more than likely that you will get the same kind of sentence. So if, for example, Nnamdi Kanu and the Ismaila guy, the ISWAP commander, committed the same, is it okay if I finish like, this is not making sense? All right, go into your echo chamber. Have fun, it's all right. Have fun.
Okay, I will decide to ignore that because the next thing would have been to remove you, but I will decide to ignore that. Now, I want to say that I'm stopping you because you are spinning a narrative here I don't want to continue, which is that you are comparing Nnamdi Kanu with the ISIS or whatever, ISWAP director or whatever he is. They're not in the same class.
I did not do
Never
that.
been in the same class. No. I know what you're doing, Mr. One Brensel. Let's just leave it at that. All right.
No. AJ, I think you got to AJ, please. I think you got that slightly wrong. You know what he was saying? He was just mentioning the convictions of 2 individuals over the last couple of days. That's what he was doing.
Let me tell you where I'm going to.
It was more than that. Please don't read into that like that.
Listen. What he's saying is that we are comparing, okay, this judgment with this judgment, whereas they committed the same offense. So if you think they committed the same offense,
no, KJ, that's not what I said at all. I said if you want equity in the Nigerian justice system, now you're making me yell. If you want equity in the Nigerian justice system, you do not want to feel injustice. Certain reforms have to be made, which will make it unlikely that 2 people that committed the same crime, that have the same record, will be disproportionately sentenced. So you have what is called the federal sentencing guidelines. But of course, you don't want to hear it. So go ahead and have fun. I'm here.
Let me tell you something. You see, when we come here, and I want to make that clear, please don't come as a lecturer. If you have some people you lecture, do that with those. When you come here, also know that people who are here have their own jurisdiction for which they operate, and also have their own responsibility, and they have their own ideas. It may not be the same.
I'm not lecturing. I'm talking based on experience and my training. What do you mean I'm lecturing?
That's a posture that you put each time you come here. Say because you don't know. Because no, you can't know everything.
No, I never say you don't know.
Okay. So listen. And now wait, hold on. What you have said from today,
I beg, KJ.
Let's just move on.
Let me say one last thing.
KJ.
Do you know? No, Dragon, one second.
No, I don't want to say anything. Let's move on. All right. Comparable facts.
Okay, thank you very much.
All I was saying, KJ, don't bring yesterday into today. Let today be clean, if you can, because I didn't catch what you caught.
Let's just go ahead.
Okay.
Speak.
Let me say this. This is a platform where everybody should have their own. Everybody has their own opinion. You know, you are good to to narrow your opinion the way you see fit. But we can counter you whether for good or for bad. In order to let me pivot a little bit of what Naija Brent said. I mean, you follow Nigerian politics. I don't know, I know you're a Nigerian. I don't know what part of Nigeria from, but it doesn't really matter. You're a Nigerian. That's all I care. I don't know when you went to Nigeria last time or wherever. All your information you just got it from online, which is good. I mean, a lot of Nigeria hasn't been to Nigeria in a long time. But are you looking at the Nigerian political landscape, knowing there's what we call uneven justice in Nigeria? It has to do with the application of law, which has a political factor. There's no jurisdiction, particularly something of this nature, that doesn't have any kind of political undertone in it. And what I'm trying to say, the way the Boko Haram, the Northern Boko Haram, the jihadists, the radical, I'm not saying Muslim, the jihadists, the radical Muslims that have been terrorizing Nigeria, killing Nigeria, it's not the way any other Southern, particularly the South is being judged. And this case epitomizes my narrative, because the justice is unequal, regardless of how you see it. You may say, go and find your records or whatever. Nigeria is not the kind of country whereby you can find your records. You can't find your record because Nigeria is like what we call a jungle justice. It's very difficult to penetrate in that place. I understand what you're talking about.
Is it okay for me to say something real quick to you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. How do you envision that, based on what happened today, that you are obviously upset about, and you feel his sentencing was disproportionate and it was excessive? How then do you think, forget the political undertones, I agree it is there, because I've always, all these should be here and you should have heard the things I've said in the past, right? But we have the political undertone, but let's stick to the legal aspect now. How do you expect to get justice if it is not in the book?
If it is not,
if you cannot look at, if you cannot look the judge in the face, if you cannot go on appeal and say, well, Your Honor, the law says my sentence should not exceed this based on my criminal history and based on the Constitution, my sentence should not exceed this, right?
Okay.
If you cannot do that, how do you now expect to get justice compared to the other people? You're saying Boko Haram got this and Boko Haram was let go and Boko Haram, they can probably come.
Nnamdi Kanu.
Okay. So you're speaking on the one that, he disbands his lawyers. He didn't have any representative. He decided to represent himself. So whatever he got is what he got, because he has not been able to disprove what the lawyers are saying.
But was that smart that he fired his lawyers?
Let's take that it may be. We've been in Nigeria for a reason. In my own opinion, regardless whether he has a lawyer, this is strictly my opinion. The outcome would have been the same thing. Because let me tell you what's going on. I'm gonna conclude on this.
They refuse to listen to you.
This is not a this is a political trial. But, the action is political. I'm gonna call it how it is. This trial today is a conviction, a trial against the evil, and it's political. The action is political. I mean, you can't miss it. It's a trial against the evil.
What do you think would have been a fair sentence? What do you think would have been a fair sentence?
Okay, let's just take your point of view. Let's say the facts are true, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the sentence does not equal, from precedent, from history, does not equal, what the sentence is.
We agree. Listen, let's agree that the sentence is excessive.
Right.
Let's both agree. Let's just agree right now, based on this question.
Hold on.
What do you think would have been a fair sentence?
Hold on.
Because there has been so many numerous.
Hold on. Man, comparable fast. Hold on. This is what I'm trying to avoid. Because you come in, you take over the program, you begin to ask, and the question and response you begin to. I don't want that.
Because we're having a normal discussion. What is wrong with that?
No. Another time.
I don't want that. I don't want that.
Don't you think that was a valid question?
No, I don't. If when he gets his turn, he'll answer the question. Let him go ahead and finish.
Let me finalize this. This is my own opinion. Okay, the conviction and the trial is against the evil, and it's political. It's political. You can't equivocate from it. It's very political, because you can't tell me there's a different judgment for Nnamdi Kanu and there's a different judgment. We don't want to litigate about what they pronounce, making bomb and other kind of things. Even I thought the fact is true, but the trial is political. You can't argue that even the action they have been taken Because if you vary the difference between what happened to him and the terrorists that has killed numerous, I can even bring you the figure, that we have here. Anybody can dispute. I can tell you exactly where I got it. In the last 2 years, what has happened in the Southeast, how the violent death has diminished drastically. It's comparable to the South. 400 to 500. It's only the Southwest. They are not even a moon to read. It's up to 300 violent. So the thing has subsided. And like I said before, KJ has properly said it. Whatever happened in the last few years on the unknown gunmen, which you don't hear again, was a sting-up operation put on by Buhari. There's no doubt about it, but that's not where I'm going. But I'm going to make my final submission, and I've said it, it's a political trial, it's a political action by no means. And this is meant, to sabotage the Igbo nation. You can't argue about that. Nigeria is not trying to solve. There are many epidemic problems they are going through right now. The terrorists that is ravaging the country, killing thousands of people, and you try to lay the blame on the Southeast because you want to, reintroduce the candidate that was going on there before 4 or 5 years ago. This is what they're trying to do. But I'm going to tell my Igbo brothers, don't take it, don't take a bait, please. No violence in the Southeast. Just take it. Let's organize politically. Let's elect the right people to come to the office, not people like police or the more. This is an opportunity for us to unite. For the meantime, we are still in Nigeria because I'm beginning to believe there's no one Nigeria. But right now, we don't have a choice. We are still a member of the so-called Nigeria, but we need to organize more politically. Let there be peace in the Southeast. Don't let these people, whatever their nefarious, idea they're trying to do to the Southeast. This is political, like I said. You come and ravage that Southeast the way it used to be like about 2 or 3 years ago because it has subsided drastically. So I'm begging my Southeast people to calm down. Don't take any drastic action. Even now, the Kanu supporters, don't take it to the next level. We need to form a very political action. Maybe everything will work right. That's all I have to say. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you so much. Concerns.
Good evening, Dr. KJ, and good evening all the whole panelists. Well, comparable today, you said something good. I'm happy about what you said now, because all along you have been one Nigerian. But I like what you said by people should be peaceful. I think that's the aim of this judgment today, for people in the Southeast to start killing each other because of the judgment. We know this is political judgment. And all along, these people, they are not happy the way Igbos are progressing and the way Igbos are moving. They want Igbos to continue to kill themselves and so on and so forth. You see, we have a time there was a Lagos State was a theater of violence. Fayehun and others, the other guy, the leader of OPC, all of them. But nobody was tried. The Boko Haram activists, Boko Haram itself, and all the killing people, all this, nobody was, how many people, nobody was tried, only recently. We see that Asari Dokubo, who killed many people in the East, he has not been tried. He has not even, and Asari Dokubo is also having army, his military wing. Nobody is even arresting him. In the Muyetiala, they are having their military wing, nobody's arresting them. They're killing people every day, and nobody's arresting them. But only whatever happened in the East, anybody from the East rises up and they try to bring him down. It's very, very unfortunate. You see, but the thing is that who is going to miss is the country that is going to lose. Because at the end of the day, somebody like Sowore, somebody like Dede Faro to me, Nnamdi Kanu, these are the people that can push the government to make the government to do the right things. But when you cage these people, you think you are doing the right thing for yourself, the citizens, or the citizens think that they're doing the right thing for them. They're not doing right for them. Because if, for example, Nnamdi Kanu is out, pushing the Southeast governors, wanting them to do the right thing, if for the benefit of the Southeast and if for the benefit of the country. If Nnamdi Kanu is out, we show her and do the rest, pushing Tinubu to do the right thing for the people. Who benefits? The people that benefits. It's not the government that benefits. The people that benefits. Put light for the people. Put water for the people. Put security to the country and all the rest. It's the things that benefit. But when you bring all these people down, You think you are doing good for the citizens? No, you are destroying the citizens. You see, in this judgment today, I never see in my life. I've been to many different countries. I lived in many countries. I never seen where somebody was sentenced because he was saying something. You can't judge somebody because you are just because one. If I command somebody, if I say, "Hey, you supposed to go and put that place on fire," I'm not the one who put people the place on fire. And if there is a what they call it printer from the phones and all the rest, and they see that where I gave somebody money, that's evidence. Whereas as the person phoned the person direct, that's evidence. But this one, there's no single evidence. You are convicting the person to go to jail. Even those that committed crimes and all the rest, kill people, you never gave them 5 years, or you never gave them a life sentence, or even the other man, that prosecutor. I think that one is very useless. He was calling for death sentence. That Nnamdi Kanu kill his father or he kill his mother. You see, in Nigeria, I I realized I'm not even to this in today because we know that this come to this extent. Because all along, this guy has got all along he was extraordinary edition. You can't sentence somebody. You can't even try somebody who was extrajudicial edition. You can't try him. Topics of giving me this kind of judgment. You see, so and the people who are trying this people are who? APC. What is APC? APC is a terrorist organization, and that is why they are allowing terrorism to fly in Nigeria. APC completely. It's not me that said. The judge in Canada said APC and the PDP are terrorist organization, and these people have not even tried take that judge to court or dispute that. So it's a terrorist judging somebody who's not a terrorist. That's where we are. And this offering of now or recently, Nigeria being called this an Islamic nation because this party, this APC people and APC government is Islamic by nature. That is what these people are. Can you tell me if that is a Muslim that is not the Kanu? He can never be even tried. And those that are calling that, saying that Nnamdi Kanu could have made it that day. If Nnamdi Kanu those that are jubilating that he was sentenced, if Nnamdi Kanu has made a deal with the federal government, they couldn't have tried him. Even they couldn't have sentenced him. He refused to make deal with the government. That's why he was sentenced. How do you make deal with a government that doesn't care about the people or about the people of the Southeast? All along, we have been suffering. The Southeast people have been suffering, whether you like it or not. Since we are growing up, the airport in Imo State was built by the Imo people. We contribute money to build that airport. In the East, Southeast, tell me one federal project in the Southeast. Only what they bring to us is debt. Buhari come and bring us debt in the Southeast. All the whole nonsense that were happening in Southeast was caused, most of them was caused by Buhari and the Sarasari Dokubo. So I think when the worst is this part of it is this: you married a wife or somebody, you married somebody, and the person say, "I don't want to be with you again." What is the problem of you leaving that person to go? IPOB started peacefully before these people start killing them. For those who say Nnamdi Kanu, the way he's doing it there, if it is me, honestly speaking, I would do more than know what Nnamdi Kanu has done. Because Nnamdi Kanu this agitation started peacefully.
Okay.
Before the government start killing, before the DSS that was sent by Buhari start killing them, and then if you have troops and those people are being killed, so you're gonna keep quiet before Nnamdi Kanu start agitating that way, the way he was agitating. And again, somebody was just talking. He was not using a gun. He was not using anything. You're against him. Igboho was with a gun. They found the guns in Igboho sand. Igboho was nothing. It's not on trial today. I think I call this my brothers, these Yoruba people. They should look at themselves very well. No condition, no. This thing is the only thing that why I like the word today is this. The only thing that is permanent in this life is change. It's change. You can't, because you're a Muslim or because you want to be in government or you want to do this. You are licking the ass of the Fulanis. Today,
Okay.
things may change tomorrow, and I believe it's gonna change. Whatever happens, it must change.
Round up.
So if they like, let them continue to collect money from the Fulani and sentence Nnamdi Kanu to. I believe that we're not going to kill each other. We're not going to do anything to each other. I believe that the good judgment will come. Nnamdi Kanu will be free.
Thank you.
Whatever they do is their own problem.
Thank you so much. Somebody was asking no evidence. Yes, no evidence.
No evidence.
The court procedure, I followed everything. And one of the questions I remember the lead counsel for Nnamdi Kanu asked them, those people who the DSS presented, each person he asked, you said he was responsible for what was going on many people died as a result of his activity or his broadcast in the Southeast. Say yes. Do you people have one person, or you have some people that you have come to you that you can show us who said that they were, injured, died or something, lost somebody because of him? They said they don't have anybody. So now you guys have an open mind. For 10 years that you've been dragging this case, you couldn't find one person who could say, because of this man's broadcast, my brother, my father, or this person, this thing happened to the person. And then the only exhibit that was submitted were the Nnamdi Kanu's broadcast and his phone, 2 of his phones, a transmitting and a laptop, a transmitter and a laptop. That is what is held in evidence against somebody who is charged for one of the heinous crimes around. And you tell me that a trained judge will sentence that person? Does it make any sense? I thought that the law we deal with is a law of evidence, and apart from that, I thought that you are only responsible for the action which you carried out by yourself. But however, that is questionable, and that is my own opinion. I don't know. Sam is here. Sam may give us a better understanding of what you think. If a man can be convicted without any proper except we just enter the court and tell stories, and at the end of the day you find me and kill me. Is that how it's done?
It's already late here. I'm just gonna, in my final analysis, I'll say there are more than enough evidence to convict this guy, and that has been done today. I listened to the judgment. PW4 was a prime witness. Go and listen to the judgment again. Secondly, the judge said there is no referendum in our law in Nigeria. I'm just rounding off. I'm trying to put my thought together now. There is no referendum in that country called Nigeria. So if you want to break away, which is treasonable, it's against our law, he said in his judgment, go to your National Assembly. You have senators there, you have House of Reps.
Used to create the south, the middle, the south, the north, and the southwest. That is what was used to create the Benin. What was the process they used in creating the southwest?
Don't derail me. No, I'm not gonna answer you.
The Benin, what's it called now? The Benin and this
Midwest.
Midwest. What was used in creating the Midwest?
Anyway, let me round off this way.
No, just answer.
I'm not going to answer your question.
Because you look like Boko Haram. Look at your beard. Is it not a Boko? This is like a terrorist. This guy looks like complete terrorist. You're useless. You're very stupid. Come on, get out, idiot.
No insult.
Get out. You know that guy is a useless man.
Stop. Okay. No insult. See, my brother.
Okay, so
I'm vast in the Nigerian history. I'm vast. Okay. So you can't pull a wool over my eyes. The Midwest was created by a referendum. That's what we used. And that was what was used to create it. So if the judge decides to say there's nothing like that now, let him go back and check, because he has forgotten.
That's what I'm saying to you. The constitution you're quoting is not what is in existence today. The 1999 constitution, which we have, which is the ground norm, does not have a place for referendum.
Sam, I like your contribution, but I want also to let you know the same way you have said that does no longer exist. it was not part of Nigerian law, it no longer exists. The same way that Nnamdi Kanu says, show me the law for which you are prosecuting me, because it no longer exists. So
Okay,
if you can oppose the two, then why is that your own it makes more sense, your own doesn't make sense?
okay, I'll tell you why this judgment was fair today. This guy was rendition from Kenya to Nigeria, okay, and the case went to the Supreme Court, and that is where the misconception, the misinformation, and the disinformation is coming from. And there's so much revisionism that's been going on. We need to clear people's mind. We need to clear their doubt as well without emotion and sentiment. The Supreme Court said you have a case to answer, whether you were rendition correctly or not. All of us are literate. We're educated. We can read. So the Supreme Court said, go back to the Federal High Court. He started dilly-dallying, change. I don't want this judge. I want her to recuse herself. What's that woman's name again? I've forgotten her name, whether in Yako or something like that. They brought another judge who started reading.
Binta Yako.
Binta Yako, yeah, thank you very much. Who started the new judge? The one that gave the judgment today. In his judgment, he said, I read the case from 2015 till date. It was a thorough judgment. What more do you want again? It deserved what it got today. If you want to break out of Nigeria, go to your National Assembly members and go and speak to them. Let them table it before the National Assembly. And if it flies, fine. If it doesn't fly, we'll remain together. Because, see, okay, let's say Biafra guys wants to go away now. Are you happy to remove yourself from Lagos? Remove yourself from Delta? Remove yourself from every part of Nigeria and go back to your southeastern states? Is that what you want? How do you make your business across the sea? Please let me finish. I'm going to finish in 2 minutes. I don't want to delay anyone.
I'll ask you a question and you continue. You are living in London right now. Have you removed yourself from Lagos? Did you remove yourself from Lagos to live in London?
I'm not crying marginalization. No. I'm not crying I want to leave Nigeria. I'm not crying I want to leave UK.
So I know that most Yorubas, Lagos London is almost like a second home for Yoruba. Did they remove themselves from the Yoruba land to be in London, so they are no longer having anything to do with Nigeria? Come on,
are the Yorubas here? Are they agitating that they want to leave? That's the question.
Not.
No. Let me tell you what you're doing. Let me tell you what you and the man of prestige just did now. There's a fallacy called fallacy of. Wait. Let me finish. I'm going to finish on this one. It's late. I want to sleep, Seth. There's a fallacy called fallacy of relative privation. Is an illogical appeal to something that doesn't make sense, preposterous. It's an appeal to worst case scenario. It's just like you telling me I'm trying to dismiss your own instance because there's a worse problem somewhere else. Oh, you're crying to me that I've got cancer, and I'm telling you, be grateful that you've got cancer, but at least you can still eat. That's what you're telling us tonight. You are easy to reference what is going on with Boko Haram and Lakurawa and all of those guys in the Northwest and Northeast. The government is dealing with each case on his own merit. Nnamdi Kanu has got his judgment today. Those ones, their judgment will come as well. So stop reducing one scenario against the other. Terrorism is terrorism. Nnamdi Kanu was convicted of treason and he's gone. Right. I'm going to leave it that way.
You made your point. Thank you. Jagun.
Well, I've said enough on the subject of this judgment. I think it's for Nnamdi Kanu and his team or whatever to go and face the next court. That is what is open to him. If he doesn't want to spend life in prison, in a Nigerian prison at that, which is full of flea bags and all other kinds of suspicious insects that carry weaponry in themselves. I'm still perplexed with the country at large. I wonder what's going to happen over the next couple of years. With what Nigeria is doing in terms of projects, especially with one or two individuals in Nigeria, it seems that Nigeria can go forward, but it's not. It's not going to go forward. It's not going to go forward. There's too much political mayhem going on in that country. Far too much for the country to have a chance of going forward the way it should over the next couple of years.
Okay,
given this scenario,
I want to ask you a question, Jagun. You have followed, and I'm going to use just one example so you can answer. Both yourself and Ngozika have never really been people who love, Nnamdi Kanu's campaign for separation. But are you a bit shocked that today she was here to say now she signed into that struggle? Now she sees that totally an injustice in the system. Because that's what I'm asking that question, because I've come across many Igbos who did not support in the first place, but they are now saying, oh, now we have come around the circle, we can see what you people have said. Do you believe this judgment has drawn more people closer? Even we are all victims. Doesn't used to support the idea, but today you can see
Let me answer the question.
Speaking the angel. So what do you see that this judgment will bring into the Igbo land?
I'm not shocked by anybody changing their mind or pushing their mind forward as to a natural way for their people to digest the information coming from a government in Nigeria and how it may change their mind. My mind isn't changed about Nnamdi Kanu. Me personally, I think he needs to calm. He needed to be a lot calmer about the way he was pursuing this game. I think he needed to look for real partners in the way he was pursuing this game. Partners who are not Igbo. I think he needed to really stretch his hand out in a much clearer way than the level of emotion and rhetoric that he used over the period that I've listened to him. I've been listening to him since he was here in the UK, since he was in Ireland. I've been listening to him. And whilst, I can listen to him and agree with much of what he says, there's too much that was highly abrasive, highly flammable, highly get my back, to the point I really wanted to have a discussion with the guy. I really wanted to sit down face to face and have a discussion with him. And if it turns into a shouting match, I can handle that. But that wasn't what I wanted. I really wanted to match his intellect. I think he was an intellectual person, but I think he came out with the wrong answers, the wrong clauses. So many of them. I believe in a discussion that was fair and approached well, I believe I'll break him into pieces intellectually. So, because everything that he was trying to teach people, I know these things. I know them. I've been looking at our country since I was a good 8 years old and not really understanding it until I came to the point that, I really do understand the madness of this country and how many filthy hands who are not Nigerian that are in our country from a long time. I used to see a lot of goings on in my household. A lot of goings on. Big people. So I'm not afraid necessarily of Nigeria. I'm afraid of our level of thinking, our knee-jerk reaction, our lack of control. And I don't blame anybody for it. I don't blame anybody for it, because I know Nigeria is not an easy terrain to deal in. It's not easy. Being a Nigerian in yourself, it's not easy. So, with all what's going on, people celebrate other human beings to the point that it can become destructive for them. And I always feel that you can't be myopic in the case of Nigeria, because there are too many other people of other ethnicities in your country. So while you're thinking about yourself and you're not gathering the understandings from other people's point of view, immediately you start going wrong. Immediately. Whilst you think it's just about the Igbos, and then you're calling the name Biafra, and those people that you're calling Biafra, they're not joining you in Biafra. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Doesn't make sense to me. These things are not all conjoined. I have a way of separating them. Because why? Because they're bloody separate. They are separate. You guys call the Eastern region like it was the old map when the Europeans were here. That's not what it is anymore. That is not what it is anymore. But you guys don't want to accept that. So you keep calling Biafra. Biafra ain't going nowhere. It ain't going nowhere, is my understanding. But do Igbos have a right? 100%. Are Igbos functional people, functional human beings? Yes, they are. Do they have might in terms of numbers? Yes, they do. Do they have much to contribute to Nigeria? Of course. However, this Biafra thing is dead in the water. Dead. You may not believe it, but I'm telling you, it's dead. I've always gone back to the actual parameter of the word Biafra. And I tell you, people, that word is not an African word. It doesn't come from an African sentiment. As much as you can make it up and say Biafra and put it together and start having all this thing, no, mate. I know the history. You can't blind me from what that history is. I've lived in Spain, Iberia.
Can you permit me? Can I ask a question? Let me just ask my brother a question. You say Biafra is dead. Are you banking on an absoluteness that there will not be another person that will rise tomorrow with the same ideology, with the same fire burning in their heart, and say they want to resuscitate the struggle?
Fair enough. I understand your question. In my viewpoint, there can definitely be another person who would do such. However, them doing such, it would remain that they are banking on something that is already dead. Simple. That's what they're going to do. Biafra has no meaning in an African language. Biafra on a map was first seen in Cameroon before it was ever seen in Nigeria. Ever. I know the map from the 1600s and before. I know who put that there. In Portugal, where I visited many times, there's a place called Mafra. It's built upon a hill, just like Alhambra, where the Moors were controlling the area in Granada where they have Alhambra. They put it on a high level. Mafra is the same in Portugal. It's on a high level, and it's a marvelous spectacle. Marvelous, unbelievable. And this is what Biafra is based on. But a Biafran doesn't know that. He hasn't done the what he's done is listen to Nnamdi Kanu.
I think in the end they're gonna get it.
Well, that's up to you. And it's not to say I mind. It's not to say I mind if they were to get it and have peace amongst themselves. You understand? But I can tell you that won't happen. I can tell you it's not gonna happen. There are too many Igbos. Wait. Let me just land. Then wait. There are too many Igbos and too many there are too many people that are so-called Biafrans that are not wanting to join the bandwagon called Biafra. Too many of them. You know, sometimes I make mistake in this country. I will speak to an Igbo guy and I will speak to him about Biafra. He say, "Oh no, don't. I'm not one of those." It's surprising when so many of them come and say the same thing. We believe, because of the rhetoric of noise that we always have to listen to, that they're the majority, but they're not. They're not.
Okay, Yagun, you are speaking.
And me, I like to be. Wait. If I may, I like to be practical. I don't like flamboyance of nonsense. I like being practical. 1 and 1 has to add up to 2. So if we can sit down between me and anyone else who calls himself a Biafran.
Yagun, I want to ask you a question. What will any Igbo person now who is living in Nigeria or who is living outside of Nigeria want to remain in Nigeria for? What is that thing? Give me one.
I have to say to you like this, KJ, with all honesty, what is one thing that any sensible Nigerian would want to stay in Nigeria for? Any sensible Nigerian?
Well, you see, I'm coming now, Jabu. You see, now, if you're in the Southwest, you have access to railway, you have access to at least some level of government project and interventions. You have access to a lot of things. I mean, you know, what is the thing in the Southeast? In the whole of the Southeast, I'm not saying one state. The whole anywhere you can. That is. Oh, hold on. That is in the East. That an Igbo person will say, "Oh, because of this project that is in my state that the federal government have done, we cannot leave Nigeria." Keep going one thing.
KJ, let me answer it like this, and please forgive me the way I'm going to answer. If I know that the East is highly underdeveloped. And the development that they have seen there has been practically from their own sweat, blood, and tears. You understand? I've seen it. I know it. I know what it looked like then. And when I say then, I mean in the 80s, 90s. It just looked horrible, horrible. But there's been a lot of changes that are there. Now, the practicality of where I'm coming from is that whatever they've got in Lagos, Abuja, whatever they're building, that is the West doing what the West can. However, that doesn't make me want to stay in Nigeria. If the presidency, the Senate, and the judiciary is not working, my brother, I don't want to be in Nigeria. I don't want to be a part of it. These are the fundamentals. It's not about them building some stupid that would tease along. You don't know who wants to be teased along.
Yeah, misunderstand my question. Not whether you want to live there. I'm asking for you to say, oh, I want to remain a Nigerian. For an Igbo man who is an Igbo man, what is that thing that you, an Igbo man, will say, this is the reason why we must remain in Nigeria because of this in the East? What is that thing?
I think John answered your question.
I tell you from the point of view that I have, being born anywhere in Nigeria, whether I was Igbo man, Yoruba, a Northerner, the only thing that would make me want to stay in Nigeria, even as it is now, is the fortunate or unfortunate, yet to be realized aspiration, the what do you call it? The benefit of being one country with so many millions of people, and then creating from that one nation a great country that can compete internationally. Igboland by itself. Wait, bro. Please, don't just give me to what you want me to say. Please. Where I'm at.
I'm not stopping you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Nigeria, being Igboland alone, would find it difficult to survive, especially in the first 5 to 10 years. The only part of Nigeria, really, without bias, which would become a country the quickest, if the people are sensible, it does take sensibility to entertain it, is the West. The West is the only place that can become a country within 5 years. There's nowhere else in Nigeria that could. Nowhere else. That easily. I'm not saying that the Igbos couldn't make it, but they've got a longer way to go than we have in the West. A much longer way to go. And they'll still have arguments to complete when they're on their own. Serious arguments. So, I'm not giving anybody any flowers. I remain the same. What I have seen over the last today, what I've seen has given me a lot less hope for that country. And it tells me that our country is going to become so porous if somehow we don't know how to cleave together. And that's why I spoke earlier that people have to stand up and speak up. I believe the Yorubas have to stand up and speak up that what's going on in this country is a pile of trash. It's a pile of rubbish. We can't really get to the level we want to get to of a first world country in this way. We can't get there. And that's my sorrow and worry. If you're UKJ, if I put it this way, if your only sorrow and worry is that Biafra is not about to become, because it won't be given to you by the Nigerian state, if that's your only worry, I would suggest that you got bigger worries than that, brother. That's what I would suggest.
All right, thank you so much, Jagun.
Can I just say this? Can I just say this? When people write comments and they don't give reasons why, because that's what happens a lot with these kind of comments. Don't you think that's like they say, "Oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about. This, that, or he's talking nonsense." Why can't they say why or what the reason is? Why is it always like one just rude comment that
just ignore them.
I know, for real. I agree with you. It's that this is the kind of intellect that we're trying to raise countries out of. Joking. It's the joke.
KJ, if you permit me, let me just quickly say something.
No, I think
Why I
it's
said Biafra, why I
it's
said
on.
Biafra is gonna, yeah, Jefferson, just 1 second, please. Just give me 30 seconds. Why I said it's gonna come to pass. It's just very simple. If Nigeria does not give the Igbos something to look forward to, that fire and that belief in their subconscious that something better is in front, if only they can achieve it, will never die. Now, the only way Nigeria can kill that idea of Biafra is at least make their economic situation better in that region. And once they do that, yes, they can kill that idea. But barring that right now, it's not going to happen. And even if they do improve their situation, which would mean improve the rest of Nigerians' situation, I think even 2 generations will probably have to go by before you can indoctrinate them to imbibe a one Nigeria. You know, releasing them today would have sent, if Nigeria was between Iraq and the Deep Blue Sea, releasing them today with what's going on with the United States, but I can get into all of that later. Jefferson, sorry I took your time.
No, you're right. You're right. You're very right. I mean, I feel that. I feel it would. I feel strongly, and I know that people may feel differently, but I feel strongly it was there was reason enough to release him, and it came from something that you said some time ago, which is that the fact that the case is being run in a certain way. This is reason enough to release him. So now, in watching today and the way people were pronouncing things, I thought, is this how this court case has been run by these
I didn't think it was going to get released today. I thought it was probably going to get like 30 years. This is what I thought on the most serious charge. I thought it was going to get like 30 years.
Really?
And then between the appeals and the 5 years he spent, then maybe he'll spend another 3 years. And then maybe when this guy's about to leave, they'll be like, okay, you know what? We've quelled the situation in the Southeast. You can go. This was my calculation that he was going to get like 30 years.
Can we hear from Jefferson? And by the way, the situation in the Southeast was created by government. So let's not, because since Buhari have gone, there's no situation right now in the Southeast. So let's leave that. Okay, so Jefferson, let's hear you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. This is obviously a heated situation, but I wanted to address what that, I'm sorry to use the word, that stupid Sam said before he left. I have to be vocal.
No, he has left. Please don't.
I have to call him stupid because.
No, it's not.
Well, okay,
it's
let me
idea.
But
I
actually put that because I wanted to address some things. Mr. Jogo is here. We have had a rift, but it's good to be objective. There's a saying that there's no smoke without fire. You know, we don't need a soothsayer to tell you that there's an issue in this country. There's a big issue, very big one. As you can see, as Nigerians, okay, in the Nigerian state of things, are we really united as a people? If you look very carefully, okay, fine. Let us even concentrate on the issue of the Igbos, right? So just 1 minute. Just give me a second, please. Just 1 second, please.
Yo, Steph, man, it's nice to see you again. How you been?
Thank you, my brother. I'm good.
Right. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I just needed to address it quick something. So we don't need a soothsayer, right? Even okay, let us start from after the Civil War. There was a reconciliation, no talk, no vanquish, blah blah blah. We try to reintegrate again.
Let's no, bros. If I can push you.
I'm going. Of course,
I want you to start from before. I want you to start from before the Civil War. That's where you should start. Because at that time, the Igbos were supremely positioned in that country.
Yes,
so what went wrong?
So point of correction, we were positioned. However, some things went left. So I don't really have much. I don't really want to go into all that. That's why I said let me start from after. Of course,
I'm only saying that you should. No, my brother. I'm saying that for the sake of fairness, you ought to, because there was a time, the first 6 years in Nigeria was in the hands of the Igbos in too many ways. Even before we had the independence, it was in hands. What went wrong? This is the question.
Calm down now.
This is the question with where we are today.
I cannot answer all the questions, but I do know that when Nigeria was given independence, the I think Nnamdi Azikiwe was supposed to be the president. He was the ceremonial president and it was given to what they call it, to Tafawa Balewa. And from there, we all know the story. So this administration went there. But of course, before the Civil War, there was a coup, which was termed as a civil war. Which was actually termed as an Igbo coup.
Is it fair for me to say this? Is it fair for me to say this? That Nnamdi Kanu was in the driving seat, and instead of him,
wait,
let me land. It's going to be real. Let me quick. Let me just land this so it's in your mind. I need this in your mind. Azikiwe was in a supreme position. Instead of him joining Yorubas, who were much more like him in terms of education and also, authorization, if you like. Instead of him doing that, he joined cow pushers. I don't mean to be dismissive, but he went to the north. They dribbled him anyhow because of his hatred for Awolowo. You said that.
Look, I cannot go into those details.
You find it difficult even to think about it.
I don't want to go into all those details. I don't want to.
Okay.
I'm talking
about I'm listening.
After. Fine, there was a fight, there was a misunderstanding. Now they knew what happened then. Okay, there was supposed to be reconciliation. But yet, from that time till now, nothing much has seemed to have changed in the literal sense, politically and otherwise. And I don't want to go too much timeline. Coming down to now, what I expect from the leaders to do is for all political leaders, from the National Assembly, traditional rulers, and in all parts of the world to come together and have a national discourse. Yes, we were supposed to have done that 2014, 2015 when they had during the centenary period. They were supposed to have that discourse, but unfortunately that didn't happen. And of course, when Buhari came to power, everything is all history, up to date. And so that's why we're in this mess now. So the reason why I had to call Sam out was the fact that, they make it look like, okay, there's a national issue, there's a tribalism and religious issue between one ethnic group and the other politically, And of course, with the way things are going in terms of infrastructural development and other factors, people in the Southeast are saying that. Yeah, people will say, oh, what are the leaders doing back home? It's the same everywhere. Yes, the leaders are stealing money. If you look at it from all the 6 geopolitical zones. But we cannot forget, and let me not forget the fact that the amount of allocation still going according to geopolitical zones. We can actually see the metrics in terms of the type of projects that are coming over. We can also see those things as well. We can see all those things, In the Nigerian state, even prior to the situation we're facing ourselves today, you cannot dispute the fact that equally, most Igbos in Nigeria are still trying their best to integrate and make things work in the country. They are in all parts of the country, on all 6 geopolitical building, and trying to do a personal business and also do developmental projects. But in most times, how do they get repaid in return? If there's an incitement or any issue, they now use it as a weapon to fight the Igbos and destroy their businesses, of which we are currently seeing now that is happening in Lagos. You see, these things cannot be, how I put it, these things cannot be neglected and pushed down. And you cannot disagree with me that most of the things that are being said on Nnamdi Kanu is not actually happening or is not facts. We cannot mix words. We can't deny it. It is still you can't actually deny all these things, right? Brainsel was talking about why don't we follow the law, or why don't we follow things by the law? If you look very carefully, in fact, if I should tell you, the federal government is the judiciary of the federal government is the ones not following things by the law. They are the ones breaking their law, breaking their constitution. And of course, we all know that the judgment that is being passed today was on non-existent law. And that's fact. And that is what is, and that's what played. You see, this is something.
Your last point, your last point, that's what I saw. That's what angered me. That's what got me.
Exactly. And you made a lot, your analysis, even though you don't agree with our cause, made a lot of sense. And that's what it means to be being objective here. Any reasonable country that wants to progress must look at what the underlying problem is and see how let us best way to tackle it. It's even that bad that I can remember when what's his name, the Minister of Works.
Jefferson, are you worried about Nnamdi Kanu? Listen. I'm not trying to cut you, but you're rehashing problems, complaining. The guy's about to do life. What is the solution to get him out of doing life? You're giving us his lesson, complaining. What is the solution? How do you get him out of prison? That's what you should be true.
Excuse me.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
You don't understand, but there's something. When Minister of Works visited, went to Anambra State, I don't know if you are aware of that. When he went to Anambra State, to Abia State to visit Alesoti, when Minister of Works, he represented what's his name, Tinubu, because Tinubu could not come in there for his reasons best known to him. He represented the presidency, and of course the House of Rep member was equally there. The House of Rep made a lot of demands, national demands. What were the demands? He said, look, that he was appealing to Tinubu that they should not destroy Ibuku's businesses, which is, of course, the political charade. He also appealed to Tinubu that he should release Nnamdi Kanu, and also made some other major demands, which is to say, they actually know the crux of the matter, but they always keep on what they call it, they always keep on ignoring it and ignoring it and ignoring it. And don't forget too, before they arrive at this point and this judgment, there have been consistent attempts to bribe Nnamdi Kanu.
Okay.
All manner of offers.
Thank you so much.
But fortunately, he refused to take it.
Thank you so much.
So
thank you. We'll go to.
Yeah, I'll stop there for now.
Yeah, thank you. We are all victims. You have listened to us quietly without bothering everybody who is fighting. So, sir, what have you garnered from just sitting and listening?
Well, guys, you can take me out. I need to go now.
All right. What will be your final conclusion for today?
Okay. Yeah, my brother Tuna just was saying, what should his supporters do to reduce his sentence? I'm asking, is that a rhetorical question? What do you think they can do to reduce his sentence? What influence they have?
Well, I think there's a lot that can be done. I'll tell you this. For one, the judge quoted certain things I've been saying on here, even the prosecutor. Like, for example, how he was rendition, why the law bars him from seeking redress, except things like that. They quoted Dr. Damages, even played his videos. So if we think they're not listening, you're deceiving yourself, they're listening. So my point, why I made that statement, Steph, without going off on a tangent, is solutions can be made, which ordinarily the people we can now reach might say, okay, well, this sounds like a good tactic moving forward to the Court of Appeals. This is what I was trying to do, and I think people are in their emotions. And I think it's going to be hard, but coming up with solutions, the more you say it, it reverberates, it gets to the right ears, and maybe they can say, oh, I never thought about this, and maybe file that as a brief, as a motion. You never know.
Okay. Are you aware that the president of Nigeria went for judicial reform, Nigerian Judicial Council meeting? There's a meeting. Is it annual conference? Last week?
Judges.
And that is actually a place where they usually deliberate on what reforms that need to be made and stuff like that. And they were all standing on his mandate. So, if you want to talk about judicial reform, you should be talking about political intervention. It shows you that Nigerian judiciary and the presidency, they are not really different. It's the same. You understand? And that's among the things that make me to feel ashamed of being a Nigerian. I want to be a Nigerian. I wish there's a country called Nigeria. I'll gladly apply for the citizenship to be a badge of honor that I will wear. But unfortunately, as much as I try hard to find that country, I can't find it. I'm still looking for that country. I still believe that that country can still reinvent itself. But with what is going on now, just like Jagu said, I'm scared if we're ever going to find a country. I'm really worried. I mean, the prospect of having a Nigeria that works, the prospect is mind-blowing. But as the day goes by, the reality dims. From one low to another low, from this low to another low. I mean, if it is convenient for us to believe that Nnamdi Kanu is a terrorist, fine. But the crop of people that are ruling that country today, what can we call them?
We'll call them terrorists raised to power
They are worse than terrorists.
Yeah, terrorists raised to power too.
Worse than. The worst of us are in charge of that country. And it's going to be hard for us to redeem that country. It's going to be hard because they've succeeded in dividing us.
Yep.
Those guys are so clever. They are so smart. So look at that. Look at Ojuzo. Look at the number 6 man in the country. Look at that. Do you think there's anything that will ever make them feel like Nigeria is not working for them or for the people of their zone? No. Anybody that says such thing is a noisemaker. He should be dealt with, as far as they are concerned. But I wish that it's possible for us to, redeem our country. I believe that this man that is there now, I don't like him. It's not personal. You understand? But because there are things I believe in, my principles. You understand? I know that you don't, most times you don't bring those kind of principles into governance or politics. You understand? So it's not important if I like him or not. But I believe that he had an opportunity to make the country better than he met it. You understand? But no matter how he came in, but I think that he blew it up. He blew it up. And he's still not interested, even in putting it together. I mean, it's not a joke. We're losing our country. We are busy at this season. We are busy arguing if there is killing in the north, or killing in the south, or killing in the east. Okay, for us to make it really look there is actually everywhere in the country. Okay, it's also happening in the east and stuff like that. But those arguments is not going to get us anywhere. If we are not careful, it's going to consume all of us. It's going to. That's
Thank
what I
you
have
so.
to say for now, my dear.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. Yes, you want me to skip you? One brain cell.
No, obviously not. This is something I think we can talk about for weeks if we had the chance, because there's so much to say. Steph, what I actually meant when I said that was, aside from when I said in terms of people speaking up and giving ideas, I'll tell you something. There's a parlance in law that we say, only a fool of a lawyer represents himself in court. Meaning, even if you were a super attorney that deals with super criminal attorney, if you're accused of a crime, no matter how light it might or slight it might look to an average observer, it is always imperative that you don't represent yourself. For this reason, people don't even represent their own relatives, right? There's something I want to say, and I don't say this to denigrate anybody, and I shouldn't be prefacing it, because if it was just me and you, Steph, I wouldn't even waste my time, or even Jaguar, even local people. Right? Dan, Alpha. So, what Kanu's mental health, it needs to be checked. They need to check his mental health, especially if he's truly been in solitary confinement all these years. It was something maybe his lawyers could have brought up as a reason why he couldn't stand trial. I know, yes, often you see different delay tactics by defendants. I'm sick, I broke my leg, they beat me up, they're not letting me access the library, you hear it all. This is why complaints like that usually don't move judges. But in his situation, where he was in DSS custody, indoors most of the time, I don't know why his lawyers did not push for a mental evaluation. Now, to top it off, he suddenly comes and says, I want to represent myself. That did not seem normal at all. Even the judge was trying to dissuade him from going that route.
Hey, can I allow you to speak?
All right, go ahead.
You see, some of you followed it, and some of us followed it like night and day. His lawyer made a lot.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Your son, KG, your son is breaking.
It can't be my sound now.
Now you did your son is breaking.
I have a feedback.
Well, we can hear you clearly. I can hear you clearly.
I have a feedback coming from.
Yes, when you speak, there's a feedback. I don't know.
Oh, I don't hear it.
Feedback is not coming from me. It's coming from somebody whose mic is on or who is having a double listen open.
Not me. I've been talking clearly since. Excuse me.
All right. So now, Christ. Somebody has a double.
It's you now. No, you have muted everybody now. It's only your next one. I will say it's you now.
Everybody check your browser if you have two browsers open.
Your browsers, if you have.
No, everybody is mute. Everybody is mute.
KJ, mute everybody. Let us see.
Okay, let me change my mic. Hello? So it's not from me, really.
Let me see something.
Because I've changed my...
Mute, I speak the truth. So you complete the meeting.
Okay.
No, not me.
I speak the truth. Mute
The
yourself.
people that just entered, check if
Not me,
your
my
browser
brother.
on YouTube is still on.
It's not me. Oh.
Okay, speak now. See, speak now. See, KJ, speak.
So can you hear me? You see now, somebody said this was on.
Okay. Jagun. It's sorry. It's I speak the truth. It's I speak the truth.
Okay. So now his lawyers made a lot of applications which the judge refused. I said this earlier on. Now the medical one was the one that got Nnamdi Kanu more infuriated than any other one, because the medical record was forged. They were forged. Nobody went to meet him to examine him when the judge gave the order.
Yeah, but KJ, that's not what I'm talking about. Let me just continue.
I speak the truth,
So
you
I don't
have a
get thrown
problem.
off.
I speak the truth, you have a problem. Check yourself, man.
Now, that is why now they've sued the Nigerian Medical Association differently, because nobody came to examine him, but they took what the other examiner Nnamdi Kanu called and doctored it and used it to submit to the court. So his lawyer did. Can you just switch off now?
KJ, let me just continue. You were giving a lecture. That wasn't even what I was talking about. You keep throwing me off. Let me just continue. That wasn't what I was talking about.
Fix your system. Your system is disturbing the show. Fix it first.
No, I already. This is the only thing open. This is the only thing open. I just checked. This is the only browser open. Is it still echoing? Because I wasn't echoing before.
Without itching anyway.
Yeah, I'm not echoing. Anyway, so, and I could hear KJ clearly. KJ, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, based on his own complaints and based on the precarious situation he finds himself now, because what I'm trying to do is trying to figure out a way, if I was his attorney, if I was an appellate attorney, how to get him out of the conundrum he finds himself in right now. How are we going to make sure my guy does not spend 100 years, life in prison? So I'm saying, prior to this, his lawyer, because you can now relitigate any cases, anything that wasn't brought on trial, you can now relitigate it on the appellate side right now. So whatever he didn't complain about is done and dusted with, except there was a constitutional error. This is what I'm saying. So if his lawyers, for example, had said, let us check his mental state, not my back is hurting, or I broke my knees, or they're not letting me type, not that. Check his mental state. Was he fit to stand trial? Because the man I was seeing, with how belligerent he was and ruckus, that did not seem normal to me. That might seem normal in Nigeria, but in America, you hear once you start acting like that, we're looking at you like, yeah, there's something wrong with this dude. So maybe that was a tactic that they could have brought up. That aside, there was, let me ask this. When he always had at least 7, 8, 9, 10 people, all they were doing was taking selfies with him. At what point did anybody advise him and say, listen, maybe you don't want to take this on by yourself. You're not versed in the law. This is not about screaming and shouting, and they will mail you with what's in the book, and then there's nothing you can do about it moving forward. This is all I'm saying. So, first of all, if I was a family, I'll tell you something.
Okay, I want to ask something. You seem to parade yourself as a legal person, as a lawyer. So let us ask.
No, I graduated 6th grade. That's your question.
No, let's ask in the court. Does an accused have the right to ask you to show him which you are prosecuting him? Right of the accused.
That will depend on the judge. So this is
the accused is asking
you ask a question. KJ. You ask a question, let the person answer. You might not like the answer.
Yes or
no?
Listen,
but speak faster now. Sometimes you
but I can't speak faster. I think before I talk. I just don't talk. I speak.
Yeah, but
I think.
Wasting a lot of time. You are going too many places.
Well, if you think I'm wasting a lot of time and you just want to talk, then go ahead. But
no,
me,
I don't want to talk.
That's fine.
Try to speak so that we can understand you.
Sir, I think before I speak. That is my nature. I just don't blab and talk because I want to talk.
Continue.
I think about what I want to say and make sure I
continue. Sorry, continue.
Thank you. So I would assume that he has a charging sheet. I would assume they have the equivalent of a complaint which listed his crimes or his alleged crimes, which during the sentencing the judge did read out. So I don't know. It's up to the judge who want to answer him, and the judge might even think, well, this might be prejudicial. Maybe I shouldn't be having this kind of conversation with the defendant. And a little thing can make a case overturned. The judge reading Bible verses before he sentenced him, I don't know about Nigeria, but that is something that could be disputed on appeal. So the judge also has to be careful the kind of conversations he has with all the parties because he's supposed to be neutral. So you want to know something, talk to your lawyer. You want to know something, maybe you want to discuss with the prosecutor.
I want to move on. Thank you. All right. So support diaspora. Support diaspora voting. Wake up. Collect your money.
Sorry, can I throw this? Can I throw this in, please?
Just now, wake up.
Okay. Do you to Niger?
Brother, leave that guy alone. Leave the guy alone. Don't throw something.
Okay, the thing I want to throw is, why is it that the court or Nigerian government always choose and pick which one of the court directives to obey? For instance, they said that the reason why the Supreme Court said that even though he was unjustly renditioned, but he still have a case to answer. And that's the reason why they have to continue with the case. But in the same judgment, the Supreme Court also said that his bail should be restored. Because had it been that his bail was restored and they continue to prosecute him, I believe that what you're saying now, he would have been in a better mental state of health. So even
so most jurisdictions all over the world, most jurisdictions, and I'll use America, the United States of America, and I've said this more than 1,000 times. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times on here for months. And me and KJ have sparred on that. Most jurisdictions don't care how a defendant is brought before the court.
I don't agree with
you. It doesn't matter what you agree. Let me finish. You don't know this thing. Let me finish. How many minutes in law school did you take? Let me finish.
It doesn't matter.
Let me finish.
We did law of thoughts. We also
law of thoughts. Law of thought. Don't you can't be emotional about this.
This is your problem. That guy don't talk finish. You go carry him back again.
No, but listen. This is something we have to be clear about. Dan, this is not about emotion. Dan, this is not about.
It's emotional now. You have spoken. KJ said let's move.
No. But he can't listen. You can't just say because you don't like something.
Calm down, Dan. Calm down. Just calm down.
You can't.
Coming down, but the guy don't finish his statement. All this way.
Yeah, but he asked me a question. But you can't just say because you don't like something.
Dan,
Dan, the only way we can learn all right, to avoid this kind of scenario today that happened today that is making all of you upset, is to understand ways to avoid it.
Tuje, no,
If you don't, if you,
let me tell you, I'm not
This is the same thing.
okay,
This is the same thing I said earlier. That don't come and giving lectures. The only way you can understand. You
but I'm talking to Dan. Can they stop trying to skew the conversation? Me and him, we don't have a problem. Okay, so Steph, in almost every jurisdiction in the world, and I'll use the United States as an example, all right? It doesn't matter how a defendant is brought before the court. The only thing a defendant can do, especially if he was extraordinarily rendition, is to seek civil redress. You can find out, just keep shaking your head, there's a case, a precedent. I can name 10 precedents. Let me just give you one. United States versus Toscanino. If you go find out about United States versus Toscanino, it was similar to what happened to Nnamdi Kanu. And with regards to the bail aspect that you just said, Steph, the reason why he wouldn't be let go, they would regard him as a flight risk. Now, if they did, right. But if they did reinstate the bill, then it is now up to the district court, because what they did was they remanded it to the district court.
You see, Mr. Wambrenser, one of the things I don't like to get into this argument, because you jump into the field midway. The appeal court that was delivered judgment on behalf of Nnamdi Kanu discharged and acquitted him. The Nigerian media and the Nigerian government came up with the fact that he was discharged but not acquitted. A difference between discharged and acquitted. And they kept on that thing. They never.
KJ, that's not right. That's not how the law works, KJ.
Excuse me. They kept on that for almost 1 year without appealing. Then Malami, after 1 year, came up with an appeal. Look, we have followed this case.
My only area is, with the lower court disobeyed the Supreme Court that say restore bail, while also accepting to continue prosecution as ordered by the Supreme Court. Why pick one, choose one, and ignore the other one? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what they've been doing. All right, let's move to diaspora voting. Thank you.
Finally, reach my turn. So, what was it? You meet yourself. What was the question now?
Sorry. No, just take on. We were discussing the judgment that came down today in Abuja. So you can take on it if you agree. If you can't take on it, if you agree. What people have said, Sam said he's celebrating it. It is his best day today. So depending on what side you like.
Okay. Anyway, for me, yeah. When I came from, because I came home late. And I was just changing up when my wife said, I said, they don't say this, no, they can't do to life. Like, no, I said, like, geez, fuck, man, fuck shit. That was just my reaction. Like, come on, man, no. I was thinking, worst case scenario, because of the situation happening between the terrorists that's still taking place today, and they give amnesty to, or they call repentant Boko Haram and put them in the most delicate part of the nation, which is security. Probably like, okay, at least we've had back and forth with this guy. Okay, I think time is enough is enough. Just give him 10 years so that minus it from these numbers of, or the amount of period of incarceration, and do the plus or minus, let him go if he wants to go, something like that. Or better still, keep on with the case until the Mumu president wake up and say, okay, you want to seek grant pardon, then do presidential pardon for him. That's what we just expected. But when they say life imprisonment, I'm like, oh man, that was way too much. Although, in the same society, yeah, because of the incitement, or you might not say incitement, because of what his utterances have led to, yeah, and you call yourself like leader of a people, and other people, or the same people that you call yourself leader of, are committing atrocities with that name. You understand? Based on that, so based on because of what you said, they are committing atrocities. Like maiming. You might say killing. You might say just burning of police station, going along with security or whatever. So on that ground, you may want to hold him on that ground. You understand? With the same society. And that society should not, for any reason, do what is called repentant bandit or repentant terrorist or repentant Boko Haram. That shouldn't be in additional at all. So for you to have allowed that kind of scenario to happen for some certain group of people committing everyday crime, you understand, turning the nation upside down, and you can see you have some whatever reason you want to bring from outer space to say they are repented. So you want to put them in security, what they're even supposed to be against. I mean, if you can do that, you're supposed on that ground, you're supposed to even give this guy as in discharged and acquitted on that ground. There's people say, no, this guy, well, we know it's only your people that are just doing their thing in their own place. They're not going around causing problem from state to state, churches, religion, this, whatever. They're not doing that. Just their own territory. They just want to make noise or civil disobedience or whatever. Okay, on that ground, okay. Because of you being incarcerated for many years, you've been through back and forth mental situation, whatever. I just look for something discharged and acquitted, but with a standing warning that if again, then this time the law will catch up with you, maybe with no mercy or with further punishment. So for the judgments, I think it's unfair. It's unfair because you can't pick and choose who to punish and not to punish. You send a wrong signal. You understand? Which is a signal that, for me, it's not a signal. The propagandists have made it a signal that even the government is not even fitting on that propaganda to make it as if it's real. For me, it wasn't real. It was just selfish interest of some persons not getting power, and they started shouting marginalization. Then other people fell for it, start making new propaganda. Now the useless government, not thinking wise, it's not even fitting on that propaganda to make it look as if it's real. You understand? So in the summary, the judgment was not fair. You understand? But what Bobori was saying concerning his lawyer not being smart enough, you see, law is meant not, like I always say, law are meant to be broken. Although if you break it, there are consequences. Yeah, but law is also meant to be poked on. You look for loophole. The law might be strict, but it's your job to look for loopholes to meander yourself out of it. Hence, when Bubu was saying the lawyer should have been smart enough to say, look, with his mental state of health, this guy's not fit for trial. You can't keep somebody in a place like this and like that, and it's not for that, and they put that argument. Now, you said the Nigeria Medical Association was some doctors provided by the DSS, if it's true or not, went to examine him. He also has a right of private care to say, no, I'm not satisfied with this, because every criminal has a right. You understand? So that now fall back to what your people, which is representing both governors and representatives from the Southeast, ought to have stood for if they really, really, really want that guy to come out. If genuinely they really want that guy to come out, they would have stood on that ground, work with the lawyers. Okay, lawyer, this is your feed. How do we get this guy out of this place so he can go for this and that, go for a checkup or whatever? You understand? If they say this and the whole House of Assembly members, Senate, governors, local government chairman, what have you, really, really stand up, my brother, politics, they said it's a game of numbers. They would have listened to say, okay, grant him. But the people who are representing him and his kingsmen and many people do not want him to come out. Hence, the federal government know this because they're having the caucus meeting to know what's really happening. The so-called powerful people who have the funds, who have the influence over poor people or poor followers who don't think, they just follow. Hey, follow, hey, just follow. They have influence over them. Those ones are the ones who do not really want this guy to come out. Hence, the federal government took advantage of it and said, see, I think we just keep the guy there, nothing will happen. And truly, nothing really happened. Because for me, if there's genuineness of his people that is fighting for, really want to stand for him, I see no reason why there will be no walkout of Southeastern representative from both upper and lower chamber. I don't see any reason. You understand? But every day, the only thing they are championing is to create another state. You are creating another state, but somebody who's fighting for so-called fighting for everybody is languishing, but you're looking for another state just because of your own selfish interest. Hence, I said his kingsmen disappointed him. You understand? But for him anyway, I think he also shot himself in the foot. That stunt that he pulled, trying to, I've discharged all my lawyers. I don't know what he was thinking. You understand? I think even the lawyers are supposed to even use that as this guy is not taking properly. I mean, like I said, look for loophole, whether you are lying or you're not lying, because these are based on argument. You understand? It's a based on argument and conviction. So this guy's not mentally stable, this and that. You can use that to like it doesn't fit trial. So you just discharge all your what's called lawyers who are supposed to who are following this case. Yeah, you are the one involved in the case, but the loophole, the legal loophole that they can use to twist maybe a judge or whatever, he doesn't know it. Over the years, he might have been used to how you have been going to court, maybe be learning one or two cases, whatever, but still do not give him the 100% know-how of how to twist a judge. These are the jobs of the professional, the lawyers who have been there in the field. I mean, don't know of this other guy, the younger one that has white goatee, that whenever it's time for selfie, he always puts himself there. I want to show that I'm Kanu. At least I can only speak for a genuine person like maybe a Jimako. And there's one other lawyer, one older guy, on Papa. After this other lawyer with the bleach, the first lawyer that guy with the bleach, I've forgotten his name, the fair guy, before Jimako came in. Before, in between them, there was one older guy that was there before, one older guy used to speak for them. Then Ejimako was standing beside that guy, where that guy would be the lead attorney speaking. At least those ones were being the one to look for how to, even if it's lobby, they have colleague in the bar, in the bench now, they can lobby, they can do all these things. So for him to chat everybody to say he wants to stand out on his own, I think that was where he shot himself and on the foot. And in a case that is that delicate, because the funny thing is, like, even if you're a pastor, you are innocent and you are being accused, yes, you have every right to be angry. But when it comes to the court premises, I think the anger will not help you. It's just the argument that you lead forward to get your case right or whatever. You understand? So
thank you so much. That's right voting. Let me shock you, local. Go and listen to the judge's reading of the sentencing. Before even sentencing, we're already calling the convict. I mean, it almost busted my ear, but we're already addressing him as a convict.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's not. Yeah, that is.
When I say no, what I say like what do you expect of a broken system? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying like.
So there was look, Kanagabi is one of the best lawyers in Nigeria right now. Who was a former Attorney General of the Federation. But even him, all the applications he made on behalf of Nnamdi Kanu was rejected. Okay? Now, one of the things I could not take, myself as a layman, I couldn't swallow is the fact that they could not see that the certificate of medical report was forged and they allowed it to be admitted into evidence.
Okay, hold on first. Yeah, it's two things, my brother. It's two things. Yeah, sometimes there's some people say all is fair in war. So you that is on the defense, sometimes guys, you still do all is fair in war and do the needful. So, sorry.
No, I said I'm signing off. Yeah.
Okay, Steph, brother. See you later. All right. So we said like the document, the medical document was forged. You understand? That is not even grounds for them to even.
Incommode.
No, let me taking a move. I'm sorry.
No.
I'm shutting down. Yeah, well, I can see other people behind, but I'm not going to bring anybody. I'm shutting down. Someone just told me that we are hitting 5 hours. I need to close.
Yeah.
Yeah, so go ahead.
So that medical part you're talking about, yeah, somebody must have run the reports. You understand? And I believe he is supposed to say, who are you? To for you to put anything on me, maybe syringe, check my temperature, even to assess me, to run physical checkup on me. It's kind of supposed to know who this doctor is, maybe with the name tag, badge, or whatever. You understand? Those information will not be what he will give to his lawyer to like, look, this person came here for this. I don't know if he's a genuine doctor or if he was sent to assassinate me. Please go run a record on this person. You understand?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Diaspora voting. The DSS didn't allow him access to the lawyers, and the lawyer didn't see him until they got into the court. Listen to this thing. Until they got into the court, and they handed his lawyers the papers just as the judge was walking in, so they could not even review it with him. I don't know if I get. It's not as if
with Kanu, yeah.
Yes.
No, that's what I'm saying now.
So
hold on.
In essence, hold on. They call it what the lawyer said was illegal ambush. They call it illegal ambush. They waited.
I get your point.
The judge had come in when nobody
I'm
can
talking
discuss.
about from Kanu's. Hold on, my brother. I'm talking about from Kanu's angle because it's you against DSS. Anybody that DSS it relates to you, even if it's Jesus Christ, it's a suspect because it's coming from so-called your rival. You understand? So I'm talking about from Kanu's stand right now. It's like, may I know you? Who are you? What is your name?
From where now? He's not meeting anybody. So who are you going to ask me? I know you.
Good, hold on. Then, my brother, look. It's two things. Yeah? If nobody met me and a record of that doesn't belong to me was presented, there are ways, my brother, the guy is smart now. My brother, where did you meet me? Where is my sense? Look, even if you lie 100%, there's a way loophole must catch you. The lawyer, the doctor who they want to go and call to come and say that yes, I was the one who examined him. He not get how the kind of smartness not to catch that doctor if you come.
Listen to what I'm saying. You are misunderstanding this thing. The Nigerian Medical Association only submitted a letter. Okay, that letter was introduced by the defense counsel. The prosecuting counsel. The prosecuting counsel brought that letter into the court and held onto it until the judge had walked in. Then they handed it.
No, hold on. The NMA you said, not the doctor.
No, it's not NMA. It is they handed it. They submitted it to court.
Who got the letter? Who got the letter? Who produced the letter?
NMA, Nigerian Medical Association.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying now. I say so NMA now, which is a legal body now. Yeah.
They didn't bring anybody to court.
Were they the one who hold on? What you said it was for who? Is it DSS that forged it or is NMA that forged it?
It is we don't know who forged it, but it is forged because nobody examined him.
Good. So if nobody examined him, NMA could not have bring that letter. And trust me, let's want it by like Judge Dore. Whatever document you have as new evidence, even if you have new witness in Nigeria, you discuss it even with your opponent.
It was not discussed now. You see, that's the same thing. You can't understand me now.
Hold on now. See, the ambush. Okay, see, I get your point, KJ. Look, the ambush, they say that ambusher, and you ambush, so you bring them on the day of the judge, the day of trial, the day of whatever, of a cross examination. You understand? By the time you bring them up, my lord, no. Why do I not know about these documents? Why am I seeing it now? Why is my client even seeing the report now? Press the now. Be pressed on the people know the record. Will they see some small? We know the court. Will they see some small recording there now? So why those kind of things, those kind of record not they come out so that public go and say, oh, so if you lie for court, if you're talking here, whatever, the word they see because it's not every procedure that everybody is saying. So if you bring that
Jagun, so you guys are following me. I follow this thing from the beginning. The world is not saying nothing because the world is prevented from coming to the court. It is media blackout. The media refuse to publish it. So there's nobody.
Would they see procedures? Would they see procedures?
No. What you see is before the case starts and at the end of the case. In fact, after the first the first appearance, they will stop bringing him through the public forum, through the public place where you can see people. They take him to the back door where the judges used to enter the court. So they come into the court, take him to the back of the court, and they bring him through the judge's door. So he doesn't have to see anybody. No press will see him, and nobody asks any question. You see, people jump onto these things, but they don't follow it. So at the end of the day, hold
Look,
on. At the end of
I'm
the
not. I'm
day,
not talking about was. I think. Look, during in court. So my brother, see, inside court there, inside
so
court.
inside
When
court,
they
they select who
tendered,
will come.
yes, when they, as we know, no camera was there. Yeah. When they tendered the documents, you understand that this his medical record that said that is okay. His medical record is okay. My bid already because the judge is watching all everybody. Yeah. Me as an accused, I don't tell me medical record. I didn't see any doctor. Where is this coming from? You understand? So then the lawyer was like, my lord, which medical record? How come we not see the medical record of our clients? Why is it? Why am I not seeing? Where's the copy? Because hold on a very good day, you are giving me this copy this morning. Oh my God, you just give me the copy this morning. Why am I seeing it? And my client is telling me nobody came to see him. So what do you think a judge would do on that case? Judge would open it to a blind eye in the presence of everybody.
Oh, hold on now. So that is why you see now that is one of the reasons why Nnamdi Kanu said you people could not dictate this thing that this letter was forged. So he now decided to take over the case. And then when he took over it, because he was told that there are certain things the lawyers can ask the judge. But you, I'm just giving this example so that people know why it took over. But you, as an individual, you're not a priest in the temple. So you can ask certain questions we cannot ask. You can press certain things who cannot press. We, as long once the judge say no, this is what the court wants, all we have to respond is as the court pleases. But for you, who is not a litigant, who you're not a lawyer, the judge can say that you say no, I disagree.
No, but now, for me,
So,
see, hold on. Now, they fuck them up. They fuck them up. No.
So,
because the
no,
judge can charge you for
hold on
contempt of
now.
court on that case.
And they tell you what will happen. Now, listen.
No, I
The
think
next
they
day,
fuck them up for
hold on.
there. They fuck them up for there.
Make they hear me. Oh. The next day, Nnamdi Kanu goes to court and tells the judge, I just discovered that this letter is forged. Look at the date and look at the time you ordered. So the date that that's on this letter is many days before you order. In other words, it couldn't have been the judge said, I've already ruled on that.
My brother.
So no, answer that one now. He said I've already ruled on that, so I cannot go back.
Because hold on, do you know what I see now? See. He not supposed to even tell. Now in lawless and illegal team supposed to do that one. Illegal team tell and say there's some things. Hold on now. See, I heard you talk. You say illegal team and say there's some things we can say legally, but there's some things we cannot say. You understand? So I'm telling you, when they this in a scenario, when they bring the document, the court, the doctor's report come, all of them was inside the court as part of a exhibit to show say this guy is sound to fit for trial. Now they bring a medical record come and be. The time when they bring a medical record was not the kind of present there. Yes, he was. Was all his legal team lawyers present at they were all present. Even other lawyers watching, witnesses and whatever, or just people sitting on the benches, whatever, they were all there. You understand? So when they brought that document, Nnamdi Kanu was present, his lawyer was present. So they bring like him who not going to go come whisper to your lawyer because you know if you talk now, whisper to your lawyer, no doctor came to see me. I don't know where that report came from. Now that night, and even before Nnamdi Kanu even tell the a lawyer that kind of thing, as they bring that document, a lawyer go dey shock. You look Nnamdi Kanu, you don't tell me say doctor come see you. I'm gonna say no, doctor not come see me. Then the lawyer don't raise up, my lord. Objection. Sorry, that document that is somewhere, I have not seen that document. Why would I serve? My client don't even see the document. And my client said that nobody came to see him. So when he put that foot forward, you understand? Because they say you can't shape a master on his behalf. So for any ruling to be done, Nnamdi Kanu lawyer did there. He go there. So when you say go meet the client and say, I've already ruled on that matter, on who's present? How will you rule on the matter when a lawyer did there and he said, when they object to round?
Okay, look. Let me move on because you don't know the intricacies have been involved in this case.
Listen, Dan, listen to this common sense, easy. Three of us will be there now, You be my lawyer, Namibu Nnamdi Kanu, KJ na prosecutor. He bring documents come out, He give judge, say, see. Now, case where three of us, all of us, they cut there now with the same. Then me as you as my lawyer, because on a very good day, whatever happened to me, you are supposed to know. You answer. Now they come bring court, they come out. The time where me and you take come here, who is not near me. If I say like KJ said, no press briefing, no question, they go bring a pass, sneak a pass back door come inside court. But at the end of the day, me and you go sit down together because I be my lawyer. Even if they stick me, come for back. Before they say the first word from judge or rise, me and you already sit down because that you my lawyer. She good. Now, KG now come bring documents, come out. My lord, see documents, medical documents, see this guy, this son ahead. You don't so me when me see me the shock medical document who assess who come examine me. You as my lawyer, you go first confused because why me not tell you say doctor can examine you? You sound so. Then because no, nobody can examine me. Now then you come provoke as my lawyer. Dance so you can raise your hand. My lord, that document is not like void because my clients. Why first your argument now? Why was it? Why they not give you? Even if they that day they give you that day that they advocate, why they not give you? You answer that document, medical document before they present them. You answer which is not stated in the court. Why they not give you first? Then you can say my lawyer, my client also said no doctor came to see him. So that UW argument, it already put that case, that document on questionable. Why? Now for you to call it, tell me say the judge don't say I've already ruled the case. Already ruled the case when you did as my lawyer.
We need to move.
That is not possible.
Thank you, Lokipi. I just want to let you know that there are so many things that didn't go right in that court, and if you want to talk about it, it'll take a whole day.
No, I know many things. Sorry, many things not good right because as a commander from Bita Yanko give Omotosho, I know. Look, see those people, I know them way back. There's now controversial case that they give them. Any case that wants to be, you say maybe if I want to give the person, give them. The two of them is a no when it comes to judgment. They can never do anything.
It's one of the weakest lawyers. So judges.
Yeah, I know the guy well now. I know the guy well. So
go ahead, Revolution.
Nah, KJ, well done, man.
Well done, sir.
Loco, I salute you.
Yeah, my brother.
You see, KJ, you know, say Nigeria now where we say everybody go just turn lawyer one kind time like that.
No,
you know what I mean.
Sorry, most of us, not first, KJ, Mr. Dan, not first. Most of us, that's why I tell everybody for this life, it go me you get case, but pray me that case not kill you. Case where you go make you go stand for front of judge, argue case, so that you go understand how system they work. Sometimes there's some things which is not A, B, C, or D for common sense, but courts, if you reach court,
system for Nigeria or for international? Is it system for Nigeria or for international? Make you the
both. Both. No, because I think like when it comes to argument, not be say that they want to press. No, when it comes to argument for and against. So I mean, you sit down.
Make I use my time before KJ begins saying okay. Go. I beg.
No. Sorry.
KJ, as you see you know, say if you we know Nigeria well, you already know all this one where they turn lawyer, begin they tell us America do this, international. We already know what thing will happen. Fella come out here when he challenge government, you know what thing they do. They no beat and saute, then kill him, mama put inside. So what thing they want to talk? This is a case of people where they fight for the common people. And the people where they power saying a lie, no go happen. You understand what I'm saying? If I be Nnamdi Kanu, I go discharge my lawyer after a certain time. People where they pay money, whether I pay them or then they volunteer themselves, I no one know. But they say they want to represent them. Una no fit remove Nnamdi Kanu for how many years? When they thought they say Nnamdi Kanu, now they postpone the case. Because I was listening to the whole thing where that bros read today. Say if they want to judge the case, you go do like this. You go. What happened today? KJ, me, myself, and so many people will be real Nigerians. You understand? No be all these people will be saying that's what they do and syndrome. You know what I tell you? I say there's a sickness where they in Nigeria, very contagious. They call it that's what they do and syndrome. They don't, almost 95% of Nigeria get that sickness. They don't know. You understand? They go think say maybe people now fool. Anytime somebody come and tell the poor, and the what they pay me pass now, the people where they know some people don't lost their way. They don't come up for Nigeria, think say Nadia, that's the only solution. Now I'm doing well in America. Now I'm doing well in UK. Now I'm doing well. I'm helping myself, helping my family. For them, they don't want to know anything else. For them, if you know, say you know go fit survive. for Nigeria, get out of that place. Leave the place as it be. Then when you see these revolutionaries, we say no. There are a lot of poor people in Nigeria we no get say. Come make we go fight for them. Come make we leave our British passport behind. Come make we leave our comfort in America. Come back home and see whether we go fit help our people. When you see this type of people, now what happened to Nnamdi Kanu, now it always happen to them. I always they compare people like this to Mandela. When you talk and they go, "Hala, how can you say Shore or Nnamdi Kanu be Mandela?" Now the same, they are the Mandelas of Nigeria of today. You understand? Waiting they happen for Nigeria, everybody know. Everybody know what is happening in that country where Donald Trump called a disgraced country. If you can't do it, I come and help you. Me and you know waiting they happen for Nigeria. If you no get somebody for Nigeria, police, ordinary police pick you for streets. Oh boy, settle. If you know, if we reach police station, oh, this case go change you. Okay, I no get anything, help me now. I no get anybody. You go see. When you reach station, you go open eye. You know, they feel right. They feel even say they catch him with something for him pocket. So that they go feel serious into hold him. Just because you no settle for streets and Bobo no get to. Now so many people there for Nigerian prison today, they suffer. Nnamdi Kanu case, all these things where they tell you medical bill, he's not fit to trial, they for go call, they for use them as a bait to confuse the court, say the man no well. All these things. Now like Nnamdi Kanu well, he know what they tell them. He was telling them the truth. You people, what you are doing is wrong. Even at the last moment. Okay, give me a chance to defend myself, to make my own final success as somebody where they defend himself. Where go school, where? They refuse that. You can't say me, you no shout. You carry knife, put for go to neck. The last moment, he go here, he go blood, now blah, because he knows that the final don't reach. This is what happened today. So all these things where they talk, you know, it remove lawyer, you know, do this. We don't know, say, now the thing will go happen. We don't even expect death sentence. Yes, it can happen in Nigeria. Nigeria people are very wicked and evil. This is what happened today. If they okay, look with Obi case that I know be so they do. Oh, that lawyer, he a wonderful lawyer. He they do this. This case go turn around. No, we saw we debate and that day. At the end of the day, waiting happen. They don't already give their judgment. But waiting we do nothing. But this case of Nnamdi Kanu, the thing where I just want to tell you, because KJ, you know, say me, I know they like to waste time, because wasting time talking up and down, you know, go bring back anything. You go only make somebody heart they boil. You see that sister, you get one sister we come court today. We talk say the thing where they want to do now to cause fight between Yoruba and Igbo. I don't know whether you see that our sister.
I know her. We are very well.
This is what is happening in Nigeria. These people will hold us down for that Nigeria. So let's still talk, and when they want share money, all of them be the same. So make we dey careful, waiting we they do for ourselves. This is just a bunch of people trying to destroy Nigeria. You see, as all of us begin take different sides now, lawyers begin come out everywhere. They judge case. Everybody, if I do lawyer for do this. If I been lawyer, I for do that. If I not been lawyer, I for do that. Now this is the game they play now. You understand me? But the major issue be say they don't give judgment. Nnamdi Kanu go spend all in life for jail. No be so. No problem. We there for them now, KJ. I ain't make them continue. That's why when I tell Igbo people sometimes, I'm not an Igbo guy where they do like this. Me, I'm in Nigeria. I believe in Nigeria. When the right time come, the truth will prevail. You understand me? The right time never come. All this thing where they do, they can do whatever they like, put them for prison, do whatever, because the right time, the people who go fit stand for Nigeria for truth has never been given the opportunity. When he come, things
Thank you.
Make I not waste your time too much.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys for hanging out.
Don't be scared. I don't think you'll be given. You do the last sentence. Don't worry, you'll be out. I just know.
No. We know what they're doing. Good night. We know what they're doing. What they're doing is to use bargaining chip for their politics. But whatever it is, I want to thank you also for joining us, Jagun. You've been. I said Jagun. Why do I keep calling Jagun? All right, because you guys are all in London. I want to thank you, Diaspora Voting, aka Local P. Thank you for joining. We'll be signing out from here. It's been 5 grueling hours of sitting on this chair, and then plus the one that Dr. Dominic did in the morning. So we have given this special broadcast 10 hours of our lives today, and I think we have exhausted what needs to be exhausted. So I want to thank you, sir, and thank you, and have a good night.
Sorry, KJ, sorry. Which country you live?
Sorry?
Which country are you based?
America.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yes.
All right. What state, sorry? Let me ask.
Maryland.
Why if I look up Maryland, you forget your state?
No, I'm wondering why you're asking. You like
no. Just like no, like I'm used like probably you deal with Rudolph now, New Yorkers. And
no, Rudolph is in a rich man's place. We're not that rich. So, they are where the whole thing is happening. You know, in their place, even drinking water is $10. So just to drink one cup. So we are where we can fetch from the stream and drink. All right, I will say that. Thank you so much, Lokopi, for joining us. Okay. And that's our broadcast today. I'd like to conclude this way. Any injustice done to one is injustice done to all. Whether you are from the side of Nnamdi Kanu or you're the side of those who are celebrating his sentencing, the truth remains. A nation cannot be built on injustice. And if you think injustice is only going to be for one particular set of people, you never know when it's going to come around. And when it comes around, it will be your turn. In the words of our dear brother, Shore, he said, don't cry for the Nnamdi Kanu, whether if you are from the southeast, or if you're from northwest, or north-south, or southwest, or you're from the middle belt. Don't cry for yourself. Nnamdi Kanu is not begging to be free. Nnamdi Kanu said it's either Biafra or death. And two things remain for him. It's either he goes 6 feet down, or he walks with Biafra. The question is, he is resolved in his commitment to what he believes is pursuit, which is a nation with equity, justice, and righteousness, where all men are equal. In the words of Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Azikiwe, another Nnamdi, he says what? To restore the dignity of the black man. That's one of the mottos I cannot forget on the emblem of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Until the black man comes to a place of, full recognition by its own people first, by the people. You see, some of us wonder why a president called us now disgraced country. Are we not disgraced? A judiciary where the judges sing on your mandate we shall stand, a political item to the president of Nigeria. Are we not disgraced? A judiciary where the judge goes around scouting for what to put in judgment. Is it not a disgraced country? A judiciary that does not allow the accused person a fair hearing. Are we not disgraced? That's why some people fear even to talk about or even come around that direction, that country called Nigeria. Why? And we keep thinking that investments are coming. Who will bring an investment in a place where you cannot have common justice? And the reason why you so hate Nnamdi Kanu's guts is because he asks the pertinent question any father who is what his onion should teach his son to ask, what is after the sky? Can I hit the sky? Any father, what is onions, will teach his his son to push against the lid. If the seed that you plant on the ground finds it difficult, or decide to say, okay, the ground is so hard I can't push through, will it ever germinate and shoot out of the soil? Everything that needs to begin and bring a good result, we need some force of action. No slave gets freedom by simply singing "Que sera sera," what will be. Why they don't like Nnamdi Kanu is because of his boldness to speak face to face, not be afraid in the face of aggression. And that's what we have. And we are proud of it. Yeah. The Igbo nation is not going to change. The only time you can kill this idea is to make sure that there's no Igbo man living. And I say this to those people who are still thinking Nnamdi Kanu is the one driving the force. No, it's a God-given force. People will still come out. There will be more Nnamdi Kanus tomorrow who will ask the same question. Who will say, why are we treated as second-class citizens in our own nation? Who will say, why is it that there's no federal representation in the Southeast? Who will say, why do we have to score 300, 350 in the JAM score and yet not have admission? Why those who score 80 can get this admission and read medicine? People will ask that pertinent question. You ask pertinent question why the Igbos are now endangered species. They will keep asking. They will keep asking. Which one is much better? To sit down on a conference table and ask the people of the East, what is it that you complain about that is marginalized? Since you all pretend not to know, what is it that is the marginalization you want us to solve? Nnamdi Kanu have already given you the blueprint. And I'll repeat it once more. When he met with the Eastern State governors, he didn't ask for money. He didn't ask for position. When the people from the federal level met him and offered him vice president, he refused. He turned it down. When they offered him oil well, he refused. He turned it down. He said simply, let there be seaport in Calabar. Let there be seaport in Akwa Ibom. Let there be another seaport in River State. Then you can make a seaport in Warri, so that the congestion in Lagos and the mere fact that everybody is importing to Lagos will now be reduced. Other parts of Nigeria can have some form of activity, commercial activities, as also Lagos. Some people forget that Cross River State, Calabar, used to be the capital of Nigeria. Today, we have left that portion and able is concentrating on the other portion, which is what Lagos and Abuja. We're not asking that you build Calabar. We're saying, since Calabar has a seaport, let there be a seaport officially functioning there. Let there be an international airport somewhere in the east that is functional, not the international airport for mouth. Make the rules. If we all have the same stake in Nigeria, why should it be only one particular set that will have that right to be called and to do whatever they want? There are bandits, there are armed terrorists going to meetings and having conferences with government officials. In fact, let me shock you. One of the terrorists in the north spied a police officer, took his uniform, and is wearing it. He's the same police officer, I think he's an inspector or thereabout, that he spied. He still wore the policeman's uniform to the meetings that he came to have with government officials, where you have soldiers doing video coverage for him. And he was there spitting nonsense and giving Nigeria on condition on which he would trade with the uniform of the policeman that he spied. He finished, took his magazines, took his cartridges, took his AKs and all what they brought, and they all jumped on their bike and drove off. Today you are convicting a man for terrorism who has no gun, no army, nothing. You are scouting for what to add. That is in charge. He was responsible for NSAS. The government white paper coming from Lagos State never mentioned his name anywhere. You accuse him of things that we never seen. But the truth is, God, just like he said to the prosecuting lawyer, God will punish the unjust. God will punish the unjust. And I will end with this. I want you to bear this in mind. Any injustice done to man by man must be avenged. If not now, in the future. If not by man, by God. On that faithful note, I'll say to you all, in this very sad day, in fact, to let you know how sad it is, the whole of the Southeast is totally quiet. So for those who think they are doing this for the Southeast, you are just deceiving yourself. On that faithful note, I'll say to all of you, thank you so much for being with us, and good morning from wherever you are, good evening and good night.